I'll call the meeting to order. So I want to make a note that we have a ribbon cutting to go to later. So if we run into that time, then we would recess and then come back here. So just giving everybody a heads up. We're going to go right into call to the public. The first one I have is Barry McCain.
Good morning, Supervisor Surdy, Board of Supervisors, staff, and friends. My name is Barry McCain from the city of Maricopa. Action is the antidote for despair. I've been to the Arizona State Legislature the whole legislative session. What I've learned is that the last Attorney General did run his office on half the budget of the present Attorney General, who said she can't afford operating costs and who disagrees with the President Governor. The President Governor blames the President of these United States that he has no plan for immigration, and they're all Democrats. Democratic legislators say that they've been bullied, but they have no legislation to present as an alternative. Again, Democratic legislators say should be civil, yet they accuse Republican legislators of bullying them without joining in a spirited discourse on fair legislation for Arizona voters. We must have two opposing options before we can legislate amicable legislation. Yet too many Democratic legislators and Democratic leadership seem not to believe in democratic ideas and principles. Let me be clear. I have no problem with Democratic voters. I have a problem with Democratic leadership who lack leadership. The Democratic leadership uses cronyism, disinformation, nepotism, sensational. Since I was a delegate in 2012 Democratic National Convention, this political tactic I just described is called factionalism. It's meant to win elections by capitalizing on division that was exacerbated by race, gender, class, and so forth. This tactic is very bad for our country and our elections. If we're good enough to die together as Americans, we're good enough to live together as Americans.
Mary Rodriguez.
Good morning, Chairman Surdy and the board. As an observer since 2012 in Pinal County, I've observed elections, and I've watched the process become more and more complex every year. So this past election, I documented with an index card each step of the process to highlight how extremely complicated and costly this has become. Each card represents a task in the process and also has a cost associated with it. It's pretty long. Pinal County has excellent workers making every effort to jump through every hoop the current process requires by law. And like one-armed paper hangers, they have to increase efficiency, speed, and thrift at every single go-round. And now it's reaching a point of insanity. I sat and observed some of the boards that happened after the election, and county workers were stressed, overworked, eating at their desks, minimizing bio breaks, just to meet deadlines. The resources available must be used in the most efficient way, and the whole process needs reform. These cards do not even include the steps and costs needed to cover keeping technology up to date. The more complex the technology gets, the more the process gets removed from the taxpayers who want to know what are they getting for their money. Taxpayers fund all of this. And then each step that removes the ability for people to understand how their votes are counted is one more step away from a constitutionally aligned election that mandates all the counting be done in public. They can't see it when the machines are counting. That transparency is being removed step by step from the people and must be reversed. Pinal County has done well in keeping voter centers to a minimum. Pinal uses satellite recorder offices as these vote centers. Up in Maricopa, they call them vote centers. And it is still utilizing precinct voting and paper ballots, which is great. The paper ballots have human marks on them. Kudos there. Hand counting has begun in counties across the United States. Here is a manual the state of Missouri is using and has used in their first successful hand count election. It calls upon the statutes from back in the 70s because this used to be the way we conducted elections, and we got the result that night. And it is appearing to be the most efficient and secure way to deal with the ballots. The whole convoluted process is a problem. The machines have proven to be vulnerable. And in addition, just this week, though a higher court now needs to be involved, the evidence presented once again shows the vulnerabilities with signature verification, and all that jeopardizes being the one safety net we have for the mail-in ballot process.
Okay, we're up against 3 minutes.
This board has
so I
the
need you
power to remedy all
tie
of
it up.
this and needs to begin as 2024 is looming. Thank you for the time.
Boots Hawks.
Excuse my walking the way it is. Too many honeydews. Gentlemen, good morning and good day. I'm calling for our country to unite once again. We are so spread apart and so separated right now. And one of the big reasons is because of what people say to me and I hear every day, and also is well known throughout our country now. And that's mistrust of our voting system. Whatever we're doing wrong. We're ruining our Constitution, and we're ruining one of the greatest rights we have, and that's to select our leaders. If we do not have a system in place, and I'm not a denier, but if we don't have a system in place that people could rely on and believe in, they say, why should I vote? What a sad thing to hear an American say, why should I vote? All these other countries out here, the people would die to get a chance to vote. I hate to hear that. We need to unite, and we need to do it in a way to where when we know, when we go to that ballot box or wherever we do it, that we're going to make things work. My suggestion, and it's just a suggestion, but it's a strong one, start looking at hand counts and look at possibly in 2024, because we have time between now and then, to have a pilot program. I worked in the medical field for years, and you never went into anything and just threw all your cookies into one jar. You always took the time to study and revamp and get it right. We have time to do that. Look at a pilot program where you'll take a couple precincts the first time, and let's see how it goes trying that there, rather than people standing up here and saying, it won't work. I don't like the sound of it won't work. What I like to hear is we're going to try it. We're going to do our best to make it work because it's a better way of doing things. And if we could get the people's confidence back, it's worth your time, it's worth my time, and everyone else's. This isn't something that we could go on ignoring because it's festering. And eventually it's going to come back to bite every one of us and bite our system and bite our, as democracy, as Democrats always say, our democracy is at stake. Well, I don't know if our democracy is at stake, but the confidence of our people is at stake. So thank you very much.
John Orton.
Thank you. Along with the theme that Mary Ann Boots just expressed, I've spoke to this board before about separating our elections department from mail out under the recorder and the day of election and the precincts under elections director, which is hired and fired by the county manager's department. Jesus taught us that a house divided cannot stand. It's like this board is trying to prove Jesus is wrong. You divided, like Boots said, the most important aspect of our republic. Our elections is important to us. We want to see that under one control. We don't want an unelected bureaucrat running. Have you had a single election that's been trouble-free since you've done this? No, you haven't. So people with critical thinking recognize this fact, and they would want to make a change to go back to what did work. That was my first point I wanted to bring up. Second one is our county is competing with private enterprise. This is so wrong. You know, I've heard from one of you that it was $500 million that was given to Lucid, not given, loaned. And another board member at an evening talk in Casa Grande said, no, it wasn't $500 million, it was $117 million, I think. But either way you look at it, you're competing with private enterprise, you know, investment bankers, the banking industry, private citizens. You know, Saudi Arabia has been funding Lucid. They don't need our taxpayer dollars. We have citizens in this county. The list of people that are delinquent on their taxes is huge, you know. You're using us as a piggy bank to fund these ventures that you're going into with our tax dollars. You know, we don't appreciate that. We don't want you out there. We want you to govern. We want you to create an environment that makes businesses want to come here with less taxes, less regulations. You know, I mean, Donald Trump proved how successful this is. Please, you know, learn from our past that less regulations, less fees, lower taxes is what's going to make our county grow. I understand your reasoning to create more jobs, but let private industry do that, you know? I mean, I would like to know just how much private enterprise you guys are competing in. I know I was out at Pinal County Air Park here just a few weeks ago, and there's a county maintenance guy in there in the restaurant and bar. Why are we spending county tax dollars competing with private industry? Thank you.
Okay, I have two more, but they both relate to item number H, which is going to be pulled. So, Natasha, they should wait for then, or do they have the option of speaking now?
No, I believe, Chairman, one of those should be done during call to the public. Mr. Coward?
Yes. Okay. But I think he's also, we're going to ask him to address when we pull the issue as well.
For item H.
Yes.
Mr. Coward, did you want to just speak to item H?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so moving along, we're going to have Supervisor Miller's.
Chairman?
Yes.
If we can just make sure there's no one else in the public that would like to
yes.
speak during
Would
call to the
anyone
public.
else like to speak? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roberto Revelis, resident of Gold Canyon. I trust our American institutions and our constitutional legal system. That's why I dare come before you today to seek accountability in Pinal County in two particular institutions. The school superintendent's office. In a recent meeting, I was chastised for daring to suggest that the superintendent's office report was incomplete because of two outstanding issues. One, an illegal in-kind contribution by a public school here in our county to the Republican Party. And the second, illegal contributions, again, by the Republican Party to nonpartisan school board candidates. So I'm seeking to emphasize we need accountability, even in our principal law enforcement office, which has had long years of questionable possible opportunities for commingling of funds. During last year's, for example, national tour of the big lie by President Trump, and the use of public and private resources in entertainment reality shows. Most recently, the use of the county helicopter in part of a buildup for campaign for higher office. as I've requested previously, we need to ensure proper fiduciary responsibility is exercised by the board. And so I again ask that take note of the most recent February meeting by the audit committee that found that there was some risk involved in several areas. One of them was policies and procedures do not capture all significant parts of the budgeting process. 2, current budgeting process is manual in nature and requires multiple systems, resulting in extensive time by both individual departments and the Office of Management and Budget. The third risk is that the county has outdated and incomplete published strategic planning information. These all constitute a medium risk. So again, I request the board consider an audit of these 2 particular agencies in the county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would anyone else like to speak?
Good morning, Chairman and board members. My name is David Coward. I live in Gold Canyon, and I am representing Gold Canyon Community, Inc., or GCCI. I would like to provide positive feedback to the county and their staff working on our community development and public works in our unincorporated community. I'd like to give credit specifically to Chris Wanamaker of the Public Works Department for being quick to answer our questions, for being transparent with the Maverick Filling Station project proposed for our community. Our Transportation Committee raised concerns with the traffic flow with the introduction of this new facility at the corner of Kings Ranch Road and Highway 60. Mr. Wanamaker and his staff is working with the developer to ensure there are additional turn lanes to improve the flow in and out of this facility and that flooding and to look at flooding issues. We hope that the current flooding issue at this intersection will be addressed at the same time of this reconfiguration. Mr. Wanamaker also entertained our suggestions proposed for this project to include electric vehicle charging stations, which could increase the gas station's customer base and help support the increasing number of electric vehicles in the community, as well as travelers along Highway 60. EV charging stations are few and far between along this transportation corridor. These charging stations could also positively impact local businesses, as while recharging, people could visit some of our local small business establishments. Although this request isn't part of the review process or design requirements, we hope the developer of this project will consider the future needs of this type of service as part of their business model. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with the county staff as we work towards building a better community. We hope that this approach becomes a model for future developments in the county. This willingness to provide input and to listen to stakeholders beyond the required boundaries of a proposed new development will assist in more responsible development and improve the prospects for success for development within the community. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning, Supervisors. Jill Broussard, Pinal County School Superintendent, and I wanted to just come and address the comments that were made at our last board meeting, as well as this morning at this board meeting, for the benefit of the public. The accusations of mismanagement of fund are really unfounded, and I believe the only thing that the speaker was referring to is there was a complaint by the Democratic committee here in Pinal County that the Republican committee had improperly donated funds to school board members. That is a nonpartisan position. So when it was brought to the attention, the complaint was filed with my office. That is the only thing I have to do with it. So the complaint was filed with my office because we are the filing office for school board candidates, bonds, and overrides. And I am the officer, the filing officer, so I have had to look at that information to determine if there was cause or if there will be a dismissal. So I've gone through the process following all of our elections manual and statutes that we need to follow to make sure it's done thoroughly and properly. I've been in contact with both of the committees. There was a response from the Republican committee who acknowledged and has made efforts at rectifying that situation, and we're still in the process of that situation. So just wanted to clear that up so that everybody knew that that was not my office's money. That is money that was elections related, and because I am the filing office, I am the filing officer to make the decision and the determination as to whether or not we go forward with that. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, now I'll close the call to the public. And ordinarily, this is Steve Miller's time to give a report on the State House and Senate, and he has a special guest today.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to have Teresa kind of give an overview of the legislature. Hasn't been a lot happening of late because they're in recess, but I think a briefing on where we're at and what we've accomplished this session from Teresa would be great to hear from.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to address you. It wasn't that long ago, it seems like yesterday, that I was here before this very board, these very people sitting here looking for the appointment. And I'm so glad to each and every one of you for allowing me that opportunity to do that and to get my feet into the water. I am Teresa Martinez. I am the state representative for LD 16, Casa Grande, Coolidge, Maricopa, Eloy area, a little bit of Tucson. I have the Auction Indian community and the Gila River Indian community. I am also elected the majority whip, which is an official position of leadership. I chose to run for whip. It was a decision. I could either run for whip or be appointed chairman of something. And that something would have probably been transportation. The reason I chose whip was because what limited experience I had looking at that budget, looking at the whole legislative process, it was the leadership positions that really had the influence on the budget process. In fact, on how that whole legislative session runs. Bills being heard, bills assigned, what bills are going to be assigned where, and in even the order in which we hear them. And I thought, you know what? I think Pinal County would benefit if I were in leadership. So I ran for whip and won. Also, my seatmate, TJ Shope, was appointed to Senate President Pro Tem, another leadership position. So when we have our leadership meetings, whether in the House or in the Senate, Pinal County is represented in those leadership meetings. And when we have our joint leadership meetings, you got two very loud voices, although I think I'm just loud because I'm Latina, but that's a whole different story, at Pinal County. Now, we did do the budget. A couple of highlights for the budget. Last year's budget was $18.1 billion. It was passed bipartisan. We passed that budget 4 a.m., June 30th. That's what we did. This year, $17.8 billion. We had a reduction, 1.6. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, that wasn't much of a reduction. It was hard to get even that reduction. And we're going to even try harder to reduce that. Baby steps are still steps forward. And we passed that in the daytime before 5:30 p.m. And again, that was bipartisan. I wanted to let you know, I'm going to share some inside details. We decided to do this budget, and when I say we, the leadership, decided to do this budget, a third, a third, and a third. Third for the governor, third for the Senate, and a third for the House. Each Republican member got $20 million to do whatever it is they wanted to do for their district. My $20 million went for this. And there are bills assigned. So you have to have a bill in order to hear a budget item. $5 million for Coolidge. I think they're going to spend it on Coolidge Avenue. $700,000 for a study for State Route 87 for Coolidge. That's going to help with that road process for the Nicola and that Kohler and all that infrastructure, all the manufacturing coming up over there. $5 million for Eloy. $9.2 million for the Casa Grande Maricopa Freeway that connects that east-west corridor. $25 million for the Santa Rosa Canal that I ran. That's going to help with water. That's $25 million. $20,000 for the Pinal County juvenile detention that we, the state, is going to give to Pinal County for their juvie program. $20,000 for the CASA, the Pinal CASA program for foster kids here. $10,000 for Maricopa County juvie, and $10,000 for the Gila County adult education for that private sector. Now, before you get mad at me and say, wait a minute, Teresa, why did you give $10,000 to Maricopa County and Gila County? That's Jill Bassard's fault over there. I don't know if she's still here. She brought them in with her. So she came in. She's not looking at me. She came in looking for some juvie, and we were really happy to help her out. And she also brought guests, and their guests saw that Pinal County was getting some money, and they threw a sad story on me. So I felt sorry for them and gave them some. Their representatives didn't really have money for them, but I'm glad we could help them out. I'm just giving Jill a hard time. And I know what you're probably thinking. Well, Teresa, you just said that the Republicans got $20 million each, and your list is way over $20 million. Yeah, it is. It is over 20. We also got $89 million for the I-10. I want to talk about partnership for a moment. Last session, I had a very nice gentleman, Vince Leach, and a very nice gentleman, Mark Fincham, who were my seatmates, and they helped me. They did. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the partnership that I got from TJ Shope. TJ and I ran mirror bills for the I-10. My bill was killed instantly in transportation. His bill made it all the way through committee to then get hijacked by Health and Human Services. And TJ and I worked as a team to save the I-10 and the money that was going to come for that. My bill survived in the Senate for the east-west corridor, and I talked to Steve Miller and Mark Barnes a little bit about what was happening. And TJ said, will you please put the I-10 on my bill? And I said, yes, of course. And we were able to save the I-10 and get an additional $89 million. Working with TJ has been true partnership, and it's me and him. We also, Pinal County also got $87 million for the highway for the State Route 24. Let me say that again. $87 million for State Route 24. I did not have a hand in that. I'm going to be honest with you. I advocated. I thought that was a great deal. Nobody fought against it. But it was the partnership of the legislators who are around State Route 24 that all banded together and took some of their $20 million and put it into that. We also covered tax rebates for all the citizens, and we've did some things with education protecting ESA, so I'm very proud of. So the budget went very well, I feel, for us. I think that Pinal County did very, very well. I'm going to tell you who did not do well. It was a gentleman by the name of Diego Espinoza, who was a state representative last year. He asked for $45 million for a slip ramp in the Avondale-Tolleson area. He did not get it. Well, he got it last year, but then his money was taken away this year. There were a couple of projects that their money was taken away. And that's a really scary thought. I don't want, TJ worked very hard for $18 million for the widening of State Route 347. I did $19 million last year. He did $18 million this year. That road should get widened. And I didn't realize until this session that that money can be taken away and changed. I don't know if you all knew that, but I found that out the hard way. I allocated $19 million to the widening of State Route 347, and then they changed it. So Maricopa used $6 million of it, and then had $13 million that they wanted to move over to the 238. So I ran a bill. I had to fight some of my own Republican colleagues on that bill. They wanted to claw it all back. They ended up clawing $2.7 million of it back. So Maricopa, out of the $19 million that I got them last session, lost $2.7 million. This session, that scared me. It scared me a lot, if I'm being honest. So we got that money. And that's wonderful. We did well. But now it is up to me and TJ to work as a team to go through and make sure that that money is spent and sent to those people ASAP. That $9.2 million that's coming to the Casa Grande Maricopa Freeway, that has got to be spent. And we're going to make sure, I'm going to make sure that ADOT sends that money to the county so that we can get that done. And your State Route 24, I will be looking out for that as well. Some of the agencies that I'm going to sit down over the summer and go through is going to be ADOT. I went to an ADOT transportation meeting, a board meeting, and they were talking about the I-17, which is, by the way, $76 million short from the projected numbers that they gave. And they said in that presentation to the board that they were 187% complete. Now, I didn't do that well in math. I took business math. But 187% complete is way over than 100% complete. And that is very, very scary. They're over budget, and they're not even done with the project. Are they going to be 205% complete when it's all done? I don't know. I didn't ask those questions, but I will, because I am also the vice chair of transportation, and ADOT comes up with a sunset review next year. And we are going to be watching them like a hawk to make sure that that I-10 is done and that those deadlines are met. That the Casa Grande Maricopa Freeway, that is met and that money is spent on where it's supposed to go. So that next year, we're not having to be up here to explain why we no longer have that money. So the good news is that we did well. We did extremely well in Pinal County. I'm very proud of that. And we're going to continue to do well. And I will continue to pledge my support to each and every one of you to fight for your projects, even if they're not in my area. As long as it touches Pinal County, I've got your back. I don't know if there's any questions or comments that you would like.
I think the chairman has a question.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's all great, but what have you done for me lately? We're already looking for next year's budget. So, $87 million for Highway 24. What does that actually get us? How far does that get us? Because in my District 5, yes, it's great having it to Ironwood, but we need it all the way to the 60 to relieve the whole eastern part of the state, the Renaissance Festival, the Arboretum struggles. We need to be able to get the right-of-way from State Land Department. The canal crossing, I know that's a big expense to get across there. So just how much does $87 million get us, and what do we need to get it all the way through?
My mind went three different directions. I wanted to answer all three of them at once. So let me say this. I work part-time for a United States congressman, and my job for him is fighting with agencies. I love doing it, by the way. I have had already 2 meetings with the State Land Department talking about permits for the cactus mine out in Casa Grande. If you have problems with any state agency, you need to call me. Chairman Surdy, I'm more than happy to talk to the State Land Department for you, with you in the room, so we can ask them, and we can ask the State Land Director why about that right away. Now, you bring up, is the $87 million enough for the project? Let me tell you a little story about the I-10. Last year, they said, ADOT, it was going to be $900 million for the entire project. We were able to get $400 million on TJ's bill. I was there to vote for it and push it, but it was TJ's bill, credit to him. $400 million for that. So that came up 360 short, give or take, 360 million short. We applied for the mega grant, that mega grant ran away. Then all of a sudden, I-17 is woefully under 75 million is what I thought. And they wanted to take that money from the I-10. Oh, I think not. And we fought. Then they said, ADOT, oh, it's really not 360. Numbers came back. It's now 130. Well, that was quite a jump from 360 to 130. Why is that, Director? We had transition. We had a new director come in. Now numbers are even lower for the I-10. So the question that I would have for the 24 is, are those real numbers? Is this another case where it's $100 million to widen the 24, and then now, oh, you know what, it's only 50. I don't know that that's not the case, which is why we have to have a very thorough review. I went to that ADOT board meeting to find out exactly what they were saying. Now, during the summer, we are going to go through and find out why, together, the agency and I, what is going on. And I am going to start questioning that agency. And then, when they come before my committee, it's going to either be really, really pretty or really, really ugly with them. But I think we need a hard number on those roads because, to be honest with you, I don't know that those are real numbers that ADOT is giving us. I really have concern. There is some other stuff about next session. In July, I will be working with small groups throughout my district to come up with legislation and priorities for our district. I will be looking to the county, to the city, to my constituents for their ideas about what kind of legislation. And so I look forward to that. I know I've spoken to 4 out of the 5 of you on my cell phone. All of you are welcome to call my cell. I'm happy to sit down with all of you and get your priorities. So
I have one more priority
Absolutely.
too, and that's the coalition that my office has built to get Highway 88 open, a state highway which closed. You know, last summer, Yellowstone got washed out. They had it open in a week because it means so much to that area. And that's what Highway 88 and the Apache Trail means to the whole East Valley and tourism and Superior, et cetera. So we finally got the review done by ADOT. They have 3 different possible plans. They will just now be waiting for money. So look for us to be hitting you up on that. Now, a big part of that would also be for us to secure federal money to kick in there as well. So, but just letting you know that the Highway 88, Fish Creek Hill, Apache Trail, that means so much to my part of to the county and the whole state as well.
You know, I sat up here and I told you guys that I've been a Pinal County gal almost all my life, 50 years. I'm 55 years old and I spent 50 years in Pinal County. I love all of Pinal County. I'll be honest with you, Jake Kaufman, who is sort of the leader in that little area, he's done right by you guys. David Marshall and Representative Cook, they're doing right, or at least trying. But I will also always help you. And my door is always going to be open for you for that.
Okay. Anyone else? Back to Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Teresa, and I just want to touch base. Typically, I get up here and talk about bills that have been passed that and they're not real sexy all the time, like sewer. Like the county being able to get into sewer is not real sexy. But I think we've had a tremendous amount of success this year in those things that don't get a lot of press. I mean, our population, a bill that concerned population thresholds. I know that Kent Volkmar, our county attorney, worked on one that had to do with pedophiles and some different, those are the types of things that I think are important that don't get a lot of headlines and don't get a lot of work, but they actually mean more to the county and the day-to-day lives for people. And I also want to point out that, as you just mentioned, Hoffman and Cook, and it takes a real team to get this stuff through at the legislature. There's a lot of sausage making going on to get that done.
Yes.
But I want to thank, and you all have done a great job this year, and I want to thank each and every one of you for the success that we have had this year. So the dollars are important, and that was a very comprehensive explanation of kind of how those dollars and cents come forward. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of top it off with the hard work that all of you have been doing and representing Pinal County at the legislature.
May I? Yeah. So the bills, thank you so much for asking that. One of the bills, there were a lot of great bills out there. A lot of them didn't get the press that the tamale bill got. That was a great bill, by the way. We had a sex doll bill that I don't know got a lot of airway. I don't know if it was, I'm pretty sure it was, Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb, who came to the legislature and said we had a incident where somebody called that a child was left alone, and they went to the child to go to the house where the child was alone and found out that it was a doll. It was a sex doll. And the most disturbing part of that, well, there's two disturbing parts, is one, that it's not illegal to have a sex doll as a child. And this was a child doll. It was not like one of those blow-up adult-looking ones. It was a child sex doll. And it looked like the child of a neighbor. And that was one of those bills where it was like, are you kidding me? That bill did go. We had the Born Alive bill as well, where if a child survives an abortion, that the doctors need to go and try to do everything they can to save that child. That bill was vetoed. I won't go into why, but it was. That bill, I would imagine, is going to come back next session. But we had bills about tax, not sexy. We had bills about the Santa Rosa Canal. That's going to do a tremendous amount for our water. We had a couple of bills for the Rio Verde water. We had a couple of bills. You know what bill that did not get a lot of attention that went through for Pinal County? Is last year we got the deputies a $10,000 stay bonus and a $5,000 continuation, like a hiring bonus. And then I was talking to the sheriff, like, yay, I'm so happy. And he was like, yeah, it was supposed to be a one-time bonus. And somewhere in the middle of the night, probably around 3 a.m. in the morning, it got switched to where this one-time bonus for deputies is now going to be divvied out over 2 years. Well, that was not the intention of the bill. And the $5,000 hiring bonus, that money was going to go away. And so we ran a bill to be able to do that. I ran one, and then Senator Gowan ran another one, and it was mirror bills, and we did that. So there were a lot of little bills. And I thank you for that, because I look to you, and I remember saying this to you. Think of it as a football field. You have the coach and you have the player. The coach tells the player, that star quarterback, that running back, I need you to run this route. I need you to go do this for me. This is the play we're running. Can you go get me that first down? And it's up to the player to go execute that so that the team can win. We are very much a team, you and I. Them and I, we are a team. Coach, the player. I'm going to be going to my constituents, as well as the elected officials, asking for what is next, what can we do for next year. And I'm going to be working with my teammate, Senator Shope, on that. Representative Seaman is a very nice man. He is a very nice man. He was with a different party, though, and they did things differently. He did not get $20 million to spend on his district. He did not. We did have 4 Democrats that did make a deal with Republicans. That was Alma Hernandez, Consuelo Hernandez, Lydia Hernandez, and Myron Sosi. And they came to us and they said, I need roads, I need money for my district, will you help me? I will vote for the budget. And we did. And those are the only 4 Democrats that did anything for their district or got any district specific. But Mr. Seaman is a nice man, and I didn't want to be untruthful, but the truth is that all his money did not come to the district. The governor took his money. Any more questions?
Okay, are we good? All right, we appreciate you taking the time to come down here and put yourself out there.
Thank you, and please feel free to call me whenever you have need. I'm happy to help.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Teresa. Presentation of certificates of service for 30 years. Leo Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning we are honored and privileged to have one employee who has been here for 30 years, was hired back in 1993 as a detention officer, and over those 30 years has worked his way up to be our Chief Deputy Sheriff, Mr. Chief Thomas. And as he walks up, maybe I'll just reminisce a little bit. I think we first met probably back in 14 or 15. He was a lieutenant at the time, Santan Valley area. I think we were working through probably some issues with the substation and needs out there in Santan. And I just thought, wow, what a really genuine guy and what a good guy to work with who really cares about law enforcement and cares about the partnership and what's best for the county. And I think since you've been Chief Deputy and Sheriff Lamb's administration, it's been the most collaborative, genuine working relationship I think I could imagine between 2 constitutional offices. Whether it's budgets, whether it's staffing, contracts, technology, all these things we've accomplished together over these years is just because of the genuineness that we have working together with your staff, with our staff, and with you all. So it's been an honor, and it's been a great experience. And I don't know that there's been a better working relationship between offices in the whole state. So I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. I don't even know what to say. I mean, the success that we've had over the last 7 years, I think, is a county thing. The county attorney's office, the board, the staff. The success we've had at the sheriff's office, I think, is a direct reflection of Chief Thomas and the work that he has done. He allows me to be able to do a lot of things in the community that I wouldn't normally be able to do, knowing that he's successfully running the agency. And as Leo mentioned, he's had a 30-year career, stellar career, serving at almost every aspect of this sheriff's office, from the jail to the road, and every level of supervisor leadership. And I couldn't be more proud. I think the best choice I've made as a sheriff was to appoint him as the chief deputy. And I think that has certainly been obvious to, I think, everybody in the county, the great work that he does and how he represents the sheriff's office and the county and how he works with the county. And I'm just grateful to have spent this time with him, honored to be able to stand here today to honor him for the 30 years he has served this county. And just appreciate you more than you know, Matt.
Thank you. It's been fun. It's went a lot faster than I expected and anticipated, and I am truly honored. I appreciate all the great comments, and really all I ever wanted to be was a good cop, and so I thrive to be that. I'm not really a cop anymore. I just dress up like one and do a lot of emails and meetings, but it has been fantastic working here at the county. I've been so proud to wear this uniform, wear the badge, and I thank all of you for just working with us and making it easy to do this job.
Leo, do you have a picture?
No, that's it. Yeah, a picture.
I mean, no, you don't have a big.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah,
Friend.
it's probably it's huge. It's 30 years, so it's the
Okay.
biggest you get.
Yeah, gotta get a picture.
That's a pretty one, too.
Painted.
Yeah, very pretty picture.
What a bunch of nice faces. 3, 2, and again, one more. Big smile. Here we go. There we go.
Leo, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as Teresa Martinez just mentioned, and really emphasized how important transportation is to our county, and thank you to her and the rest of the legislators for what they've been able to do for us the last few years. We did have a good meeting yesterday. Supervisor Surdy and Supervisor Goodman and the Maricopa Association of Governments, we call them MAG, and a lot of people don't really understand how the transportation planning works in the county, but we have 3 municipal planning organizations that we call MPOs in our county, and it's MAG, it's CAG, Central Arizona Governments, and then SCIMPO, who is Sun Corridor MPO. And in the division of those 3 boundaries that cover the county, MAG actually has the greatest amount of population. So they have about 289,000. SCIMPO has about 111 or so, and then CAG has about almost 30. So how significant MAG is to us as a county and our engagement with them in transportation is really the fastest growing areas of the county. It's the Superstition Vistas transportation study that is in play. It's the Western Pinal transportation study that's in play. So all the Maricopa area, all of the Gold Canyon, AJ, Santan areas. And so we really wanted to do an educational series on transportation funding and state of transportation in our county. And we're going to be working on that for the next couple of years at least and ongoing into the future. So Natasha does have a video to play that highlights one of the areas.
It's all about roads and moving people.
And we've got 100 and something thousand people.
This is not a Queen Creek problem. It's not a Pinal County problem.
Traffic and roads and infrastructure, they're 90% of what I do.
One thing that we've always needed is additional roads.
Especially since we're in such an outlying area. 20, 30, 40 years ago, people had no idea there would be this many people living this far to the east, and it is a problem that we've not caught up with yet.
It's a lot more efficient, but there's still a lot more that we need to do, mainly because we're continuing to grow. This parkway is imperative. With all the growth and everything we have around here, we have to do something like that. Ironwood and Hunt Highway are just over capacity right now. There's not enough room there to be able to accomplish the whole thing that we need to do. Therefore, we need this expressway to go in.
The 24 is here now. Here's where the projection of the 24 will go all the way to 60. This road right here would be the parkway that we're talking about from 24 south.
Just on the west side of the canal, we're going to veer off of the 24 and follow the canal all the way down to Skyline, and that will be the expressway. Our goal is to get it all the way down to Arizona Farms Road.
This is where the 130,000 people live. They need to get down there.
The parkway itself really serves the community in a meaningful way.
This parkway would be more usable as a neighborhood street as well. People can get on and off, they can go shop, they can get gas. And a lot of times when you're in your hometown, you need to be able to get off and make it more usable.
The parkway really is intended to be that main corridor from Santan Valley to either the 24 or the 60, so that we have that way to move those tens of thousands of vehicles.
With the announcement of the LG plant is going to bring substantial growth, not to mention there's going to be other type of industry that comes.
This is not smokestack industry. This is low impact. You won't even really know what they're doing in these buildings. This is something I've wanted since I got elected as well.
LGES is just the beginning. We expect to see that area really blossom. The parkway feeds into that network and really brings people to those areas. It also serves as the way of moving raw materials and then finished product out.
Right now we know 90% of our people, they all go into Maricopa County to work. The more of that industry that we get, we can be self-sufficient.
We have a slogan, live, work, and play. And for years, all we've had in this area is live. The work and the play is something that we needed to work towards to get. The county, a long time ago, made a decision that there would never be a property tax to address our infrastructure needs, such as roads.
Well, nobody wants to pay more taxes.
There's HERF funds. That's a tax when you go to the gas pump. There's 18 cents to a gallon that they collect, and then that's dispersed out by population throughout the entire state of Arizona. Well, the county gets their portion of it.
Now, I've seen firsthand that the county is not wasteful. So we do use the money frugally.
Almost 40 years ago, the county implemented what they call a pothole tax. It pays for the maintenance and then some of the additional roads that are needed. It'll be coming up for renewal.
If this tax doesn't pass, we can not only not do this, but we may have to lose some of the things we already do.
The town, for example, doesn't have the ability to have a tax for transportation, but counties do. And we all float together, or we'll all sink together.
If we're going to be able to move people around efficiently and safely, it's imperative that these roads and infrastructures be built. There's just no other way around that.
So that we don't leave this mess for the folks that are here 20 or 30 years from now and all of the new residents. So let's fix it now, make it better now, so that we don't have to pass it on to somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was all I had, unless Supervisor Goodman had his fortune cookie that he wanted to read to us.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Purchasing Division Report, Tierra.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. I'm Tiara Peterson, Purchasing Manager for Pinal County, and this is your purchasing report for May 24th, 2023. First, the board is requested to approve the following contract amendments. RFP 180924 for night vision equipment. We recommend approval of amendment number 4 to exercise the optional extension period beginning May 29th, 2023 with Elbit Systems of America Night Vision LLC. This contract is used by the Sheriff's Office. RFP 185624 for Infrastructure Improvement Plan and Development Impact Fee Study. We recommend approval of amendment number 4 to exercise the optional extension period from June 26, 2023 through June 26, 2024 with Tischler Bice, Inc. This contract is used by the Community Development Department. RFP 194225 for Property and Evidence Management System. We recommend approval of amendment number 4 to exercise the optional extension period from June 17, 2023 through June 16, 2024 with File on Q, Inc. This contract is used by the Sheriff's Department. RFP 201726 for printing and mailing of election material. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 4 for scope of work and pricing changes. These changes are effective May 24, 2023 through the current contract term, which expires on January 5, 2024 with Runbeck Election Services. This contract is used by the Recorder's Office and Elections Department. RFP 203726 for legal case management software. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 3 to exercise the optional extension period effective May 23, 2023 through March 22, 2024 with eNexus Corporation. This contract is used by the Public Defense Services Office. RFP 222326, Public Health Consulting. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 2 to exercise the optional extension period effective May 18, 2023 through May 17, 2024 with Cole Consulting, LLC. This contract is used by the Public Health Department. RFP 223426 for Public Health Accreditation Consulting. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 2 to exercise the optional extension period beginning May 18, 2023 with Cole Consulting, LLC, and this contract is also used by the Public Health Department. ROQ 225027 for Housing Rehabilitation and Demolition Pre-Qualified Contractors List. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 1 to exercise the optional extension period beginning June 8, 2023 with Neoteric Builders, LLC. This contract is used by the Housing Department. Finally, the Board is requested to approve the following cooperative purchases. Requisition 167252 with RDO Equipment Company in the amount of $711,426.10 for 2023 Vogel Products Big Ski and 2023 Vogel Products 2000-3I used by Public Works. And requisition 167259 for RDO Equipment Company in the amount of $442,202.07 for 2023 Ham HD 140i VV used by the Public Works Department as well. And the staff recommendation today, recommended motion is to approve the Purchasing Division report as presented with the corrected start date of June 17, 2023 for the new term of contract RFP 194225. And that concludes your Purchasing Division report for May 24, 2023.
Any questions or discussion? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Purchasing Division report as presented with the corrected start date of June 17, 2023 for the new term of contract RFP 194225.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the ayes have that. Thank you. Consent agenda. I am asking that item number H be pulled. Would anyone else like anything else pulled? Also, anyone from the public?
Item AK, Chairman.
AK?
Excuse me, AJ.
Any others? If not, then I will ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through AS minus H and minus AJ. Correct?
Yes. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. So, first off, we'll revisit item number H. I ask that this be pulled for several clarifications and also have some concerns. It looks like it's basically a good thing with volunteerism for our parks, et cetera. And Kent, this following part probably will not pertain to you, but we'll get some clarification from the group that wants to be awarded about the monetary consideration and that it actually goes beyond volunteerism. And it might be getting into some things that there's already other groups and things that the county are doing and different chambers of commerce are doing. So I have concerns about that and would like to have that addressed. So, Kent?
Sure. Chairman Surdy, Board of Supervisors, Kent Taylor, Director of Open Space and Trails.
So quite simply, for your consideration today is just a volunteer agreement between the Open Space and Trails Department and Gold Canyon Community, Inc., GCCI. The agreement focuses on county-owned and managed park and trail facilities in the Gold Canyon and northern Pinal County area. The agreement spells out expectations for volunteer services for both the county and GCCI. And it's similar to agreements we currently have in place with the Arizona Trail Association and the Superstition Area Land Trust. Partnerships such as these are essential in assisting us in delivering services in a cost-effective manner. And as an example of that, in fiscal year 21-22, the Open Space and Trails Department had 1,260 hours of volunteer assistance at an estimated value of $37,717. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
So do SALT and the other groups, do they receive compensation?
No, they do not, and neither will GCCI.
So the money that's in here, where would that actually go?
What? I'm missing something.
All right. Well, we're going to have GCCI address, so.
Yeah, I'm not aware in
Okay.
the agreement of anything in there that talks about compensation or any kind of funding. This is strictly a volunteer agreement. GCCI reached out to us, said, how can we help? And in these kind of situations, that's what we do. We have a discussion on what's best for GCCI, what services and tasks and abilities do they have, and what needs do we have as a department. That framework is what outlines the agreement.
Okay. So if no questions for Kent, then this is where the other two call to the public come in.
Sure.
So we'll David Coward.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, board members, again, my name is Dave Coward. I live in Gold Canyon, and I'm representing Gold Canyon Community, Inc. And I'm just, to keep it short, we're entering into this volunteer agreement to assist whenever possible to help to maintain the county parks and recreation facilities in our part of the county. This program and GCCI involvement aligns with the mission and vision of our organization and the stated objectives as expressed in recent surveys of Gold Canyon residents. And we look forward to working with the Open Space and Trails Department and their staff in keeping Pinal County and our surrounding Sonoran Desert pristine. And our understanding this is a total voluntary program. We've asked for no funding. We expect no funding. We're just on call to the county for any assistance they may need in cleaning up or maintaining some of the facilities in our area. Questions?
Now, after we hear from someone else, can I have the right to bring him back? Yes. So,
sure.
Let's hear from Glenn Walp.
Honorable Chair, honorable board members and staff, good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. I'm here as representative, president of the Adobe organization in Gold Canyon, which you already know been here since 1989. I appreciate pulling it to reevaluate and discuss it, and I thank you very much, so I'll lessen my comments on it. But Adobe is absolutely not in favor of any type of memorandum of understanding with any group in Gold Canyon, whether it's Adobe, whether it's GCCI, the Chamber, or whatever. Gold Canyon is a community of volunteers. We work hundreds and hundreds of hours every year just to keep the community because we love it. And if you need help, all you have to do is ask us. Just ask us. What do you need done? We worked with the county regarding Dinosaur Park. You took over the Dinosaur Park. We appreciate that, and you're doing a phenomenal job as a county. And we've always worked very well. And we just ask that we don't think any type of group in Gold Canyon, whether it's Adobe, GCCI, the Chamber, or whomever, should have any kind of memorandum of understanding with the county to do volunteer work. That's what we do. We're here to help. We make a lot of comments. Our position as Adobe, and I believe GCCI, is to say, hey, we see certain things, we bring it to your attention. But it's up to the county to deal. If you need help, we'll help you. Mr. Surtee, the people of Gold Canyon selected Mr. Surtee to be our representative. And I congratulate Mr. Surtee for the job that he does. And talking with him, he knows everything about Gold Canyon. He knows about the transportation, inside out. He knows about the trails. He knows about the parks. He knows about the economic development. He knows about the business. And so if we need anything, any question that we need, we just go to Mr. Surtee because he represents the county. There's just no need to have a shadow-type government structure within the community of Gold Canyon. There's just no need for it. And then I would say, what's next? A memorandum of understanding regarding transportation, another one regarding economic development. We just don't need it. And it's no strike against GCCI. I know the people there. They're dedicated. They're hardworking, and I commend them for the work that they do. It has to do with the topic. We just do not need these types of structures at Gold Canyon. And very candidly, GCCI does not represent the 12,000 people that live in Gold Canyon, no more than Adobe does. Yes, we've been there since 1989, and we may represent thousands, and maybe them hundreds, but certainly they don't represent the people. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to speak? Mr. Reveles.
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon, original member of the founding group of Adobe, president of Adobe, editor of Adobe's monthly magazine, ongoing interested member of Adobe, even though I've been, for some reason, left off their distribution list. I am a founding president of GCCI. I'm a 30-year resident of Gold Canyon, and I have always been a volunteer for the betterment of the community. We are, GCCI, a registered nonprofit organization under the laws of Arizona. Adobe, as far as I know, is not a present registered nonprofit under the laws of Arizona. Nonetheless, all of us in Gold Canyon have been interested in the betterment of our community, and I think the understanding that's being drawn up right now will formalize and recognize that we will continue maintaining a cooperative attitude to work with the county government. We do not criticize any other group that attempts to get involved, but we will do it under the laws of the Corporation Commission and under the state statutes and under county government regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I approve of the agreement that it's before you today.
Thank you. Anyone else? And while you're coming up, yeah, I want to, Chris Keller, is there any wording in this MOU regarding economic development and monetary consideration in the future, or above and beyond volunteering in the park?
Mr. Chairman, there is not, and in fact, if I could maybe help clarify a little bit, one of the main purposes for having such an agreement, and it's termed a volunteer agreement, is because we do prefer that it spells out who's going to indemnify who if a volunteer gets injured out there. What projects and what type of things are we looking to have volunteers on? This spells out it's for trails and the like. It also requires the organization to have insurance coverage, so that if something would happen to a volunteer out there, that they may not be tapping into the county's insurance for those type of things. So there are very numerous reasons why we do have agreements like this in place. One is mainly because our carrier, our insurance pool, prefers that we do have these things spelled out so that there's no misunderstanding later as to who was doing what or whose indemnification or who is primary and who is secondary if any kind of a liability event would happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Liability. Yes, Mr. Coward.
Yeah, I just want to state that we were asked by the county to join this effort. We did not seek it. We were asked, we were told there's a program out here to officially get on board and to have the requirements, which we do have. We have full liability insurance for this project and for our board members as well. And like Mr. Villa said, we are a recognized 401c3, so we are, legally obligated for this agreement. So I'm not sure what any objection is, but we were invited to this program, and we enthusiastically want to support this.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. With those clarifications, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve item H as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll be a nay. And item number AJ.
Mr. Chairman, this has to do with the grants to the sheriff's office on a particular item, a retroactive grant submission to the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission. In total, the grants for the sheriff's office to date total more than $1 million. And the sheriff may not have been here earlier, and there was a citizen asking about what kind of accountability that the sheriff's office has for these expenditures. And so I would like you generally to go over how you account for the money when you spend these things, how the grant process works, and making sure the books are balanced at the end of the day. How do you do that?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Kavanaugh, great question. All these grants are very stringent as far as their reporting. This grant is for us to be able to catch up on all the backlog of digitizing all of old cases. It's called an NCHIP grant. We've had this grant for some time now where we've continued to get it. This is another allotment. It's used for overtime for records clerks or people that come in and help digitize old records so that we can get all online. This, obviously, we have to account for every dollar spent, and that goes back to the state in an accountability. I couldn't tell you whether it's done every week, every month. I know it's done on a periodic basis, and I can find that information out for you. But it is a very stringent reporting process, as it is with all grants that we enter into. We have to report every dollar that is spent and how it is spent. And they don't issue more grants unless you spend your dollars appropriately.
Right. All right. Very good. Thank you. Do you have a question?
I just have a quick question for you, Sheriff Lamb. You said you've had this for quite a while. So, and we're doing old cases, the backlog cases. How far back are you going? I mean, how long, what's the expected life expectancy here? And how, you got to reapply next year?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor McClure, I assume that the state will continue with this grant until they feel like they have gotten all the records that they can digitized. We have records way back. We're trying to put as many as we can. Obviously, we're getting the ones that are the most pressing and cases that are newer rather than older, but we're working on trying to get it. We have made tremendous progress in the last several years getting a lot of that information in there, and we'll continue to do it. I would imagine this is a CJIS grant, Arizona Criminal Justice Commission, and through NCHIP. So I imagine they'll continue to fund this until they feel like the agencies are caught up.
So the idea is to just go and try to get everything out of physical storage, but into essentially cloud storage, saving us some money on the downstream side.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor McClure, that's correct. They're just trying to get this to where it's more easily accessible with public records requests, FOIA requests. All of these things become much easier when all of this stuff is digitized. Ability for victims, suspects, lawyers to be able to pull all this information. Obviously, over the last several years, it's been, a lot of this has already been computerized and digitized, but now we've got to go back and do these old cases. But we've had a lot of success, and we've been able to catch up. And I want to tip my hat to the National Guard as well. The governor, a few years ago, implemented the National Guard, and this governor continues to do it as of yet. And so we've used the National Guard extensively, which I don't think the NCHIP actually goes towards them, which is a benefit. The NCHIP is for the employees that are working for the sheriff's office. They can come in and do overtime. It's the only way we've been able to catch up. So it's been a very valuable grant for the sheriff's office catching up.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? My question is, did you get all the cactus out of your grill?
Mr. Chairman, the cactus, he kind of cleared the way, so all the cactus was in his grill.
Okay.
And the back of the bed of his truck was full of cholla cactus, so thank goodness nobody was in the back of that truck. Unfortunately, nobody got hurt, including the child that was in the car, so thank you.
Okay. If no more discussion, can we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item AJ as presented.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. We'll now convene and go into the district meetings of flood control. And first up, we have consent agenda, items A and B. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent items A and B on the Pinal County Flood Control District Board of Directors meeting.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. So, yeah, and even though it hasn't rained for weeks and weeks, I find myself doing flood control items all the time in my office. It is amazing that we live in a desert like that. So we will adjourn that and go to Health District. And the same way, we'll go into consent agenda A through C.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through C of the Pinal County Public Health Services District Board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the ayes have that. We'll go back to the regular meeting. Public hearing on a discussion, approval, or disapproval of ordinance 2023 for the possible guest ranch, Evan, represented by Gilbert.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And this is continued from April, I believe.
Yes.
And I, for one, do have some concerns with this project.
April 12th, 2022. It was continued. So good morning or good afternoon. Not sure which one's applicable. Gilbert Olguin. I'm the Development Relations Manager. I'm covering this case for Evan. So I will give you the background. I know you've probably heard this before, so I'll make it brief. And hopefully we can bring some closure to this case. PZ 02622, it's called Rideout Ranch. So the proposal is to allow guest ranch operation on over 70 acres of land situated on a portion of Section 17 and 18, Township 5 South, Range 12 East. The owner is Max DeWitt. Jason Sanks with iPlan is the agent that will be representing him today. The subject site is located about 9 miles southeast of the incorporated town of Florence, about 1.6 miles north of East Florence Calvin Highway, and about 0.25 miles west of North Cochran Road in Pinal County. So this map here gives you some perspective as to where it's at. The red star kind of in the middle, a little bit off of Florence there, shows you the location. So it is within proximity of Florence, kind of in the middle between Florence and Kearney. This gives you more perspective. It's an arrow map that shows you the yellow is the actual location, square of the property in question today. This is another map to give you more perspective. The red, obviously, is the property in question. The different colors around this show you the different types of zoning. It also gets into the private land that's next to it and the state land that's above it and some of it further to the south. The zoning on the property is general rural zone. So as you can see, that red circle around there is the 600-foot buffer. Staff reached out to all those within that circle there. Comprehensive plan is very low-density residential land use designation. So, the allowed dwelling units or suggested dwelling units is 0 to 1 for this area if they were to go to houses, which is not the case today. The proposed zoning is RU10. RU10 is zoning that was essentially created and adopted after 2012. And it's essentially the same type of zoning as general rule, but it allows a few more things, one of them being guest ranches. Here's some great images that were taken of the area. As you can see to the north here, great images. Here's another one to the south that actually shows part of the ranch or what's going on there now. This is part of the inside, gives you kind of perspective as to what's there. These are the boarding stables for the animals. Here's a picture to the east. These are some of the little sites that they have there for people to use. And to the west. Nice image. It shows you the side of the mountain portion of the property as well with one of the units there, as you can see. And then there's another picture to the west, give you full perspective of the vacant land in the area. Items for board supervisors' consideration. So this land use request is for a rezoning. The subject property is located within the very low density residential designation of our comprehensive plan. The property has legal access. To date, concerns from a neighbor have been received. The owner has worked with the neighbors to address the issues, although the official agreement was not reached, and many of the concerns are beyond this zoning's scope, rezoning scope. The same concerns were submitted to the board supervisors meeting at the April 5th, 2023 meeting and presented in person at the hearing by the neighbor. This was an agreement that was also presented, I believe, at the last meeting, and these are concerns of the neighbor. So more items of consideration. Granting of the rezoning will require, after the time of the zoning approval, that the applicant owner submit a secure from the applicable and appropriate federal, state, county, and local regulatory agencies all required applications, plans, permits, supporting documentation, and approvals. Wow, that was long. So we still support the case with 4 stipulations, and as mentioned before, this case has been ongoing for quite a while. A lot of staff interaction with the public and with the applicant to try to find kind of a happy medium. So I'm here to answer questions. I know the applicant is here to give his presentation if you'd like to see it.
I have questions, but I suppose we should do the presentation first.
Fair enough. Is it loaded? Is it loaded? Okay. There it is.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and board members. I'm Jason Sanks with iPlan Consulting, 3317 South Higley Road. Thank you for having us back. I'm joined by Max DeWitt, owner of Rideout Ranch, and I have a PowerPoint to go through, if I may. I know you've seen several of these slides, but we have updated the PowerPoint in response to the discussion we had on April 5th, and I'll get to those so we can, and Max can also speak as well. Right. We've kind of gone over the locational context of where the Rideout Ranch is located. It's on 80 acres to the south and east of Florence, off of Cochrane Road, north of the highway. This is a refreshed site plan so you can get a better context of what is Rideout Ranch. So off of Pauly Drive, which connects to Cochrane Road, which goes south to the highway, there are locations for RV and horse trailer hookups on the east side. You can, if I can move my, yeah, there we go. I do get to use the mouse. They're located over here on the east side. Now, mind you, the entire ranch facility is on the east side of the 80 acres, closer to Cochrane Road. So we have the RV hookups here. We have horse stalls, hay barn, some storage. The septic tanks are located here. There's a ranch house. Inside the ranch house, there's no food service. People can congregate there and bring their own food and have a meal together with their friends or other ranch guests. We have primitive sites. These are places where RVs can park, but there aren't RV hookups. It's kind of bring your own water. We have a well on site where they can get water, and there's other services available. There's Wi-Fi in the ranch house. You can see here that when people arrive, they get a gate code, so the ranch is secured access. There's a camp post that manages the ranch, advises the guests on where to ride, what the facilities are, gives them some guidance on the trails, and obviously, we've talked about this before, explicitly instructs the guests to use the maps, the GPS device links, and to avoid the Kitchell property, which is the 160 acres that's to the north and west of the Rideout Ranch is 80 acres. A quick recap, the ranch has had 2 years of operations. There's been no specific complaints that we're aware of related to the ranch, although the Kitchells they're here, they'll speak for themselves, but there have been some concerns by them. The ranch is currently closed. It's only open half the year, so it's closed during the summer. There is a camp host already, and that's proposed to be continued to keep the ranch operating smoothly. There's well water, septic, solar electric, and Wi-Fi, so it is considered off-grid and self-sustaining. And again, there's a secure access gate. These are some of the trails, give you some context of why this area is so popular with riders. So before the ranch was a Rideout Ranch, there's been a lot of riders that come to this area to ride on the trails, through the washes, and explore the state and federal lands on their horses primarily. Now, there are some ATVs that come out here, as we understand, but those aren't welcomed at the ranch. The ranch is for horses. It's a Rideout Ranch. But so the genesis of where the ranch started from was to become almost like a hitching post, if you will, for people that are coming there so it can be a bit more organized and clean and have a place for people to actually come to and then use the trails in an organized fashion rather than coming out here, parking on the roads, and then carrying on from wherever they park. Where there's no trash receptacles, there's no bathrooms, there's no guidance, there's no maps. They just come out here and do their thing. So you can see even on the maps that are provided, these are actual maps provided by Rideout Ranch, by Max and his staff. You can see that the private property is located here. That's the Kitchell property. And this gives you an idea of where all the trails are. You can even see the map depicts the trails that their guests are instructed to use to bypass the Kitchell property. Unfortunately, in the past, I believe some people, whether associated with the ranch or not, because the ranch has only been around for 2 years, have gone onto the Kitchell property, which has been concerning for them. And you can see the notes here to avoid the private property. Again, that's always a message that they give to their guests. This is a more localized map. Again, be respectful riders. If you open a gate, close it. Avoid the private property. Again, guiding their guests onto the trails appropriately. There's the private property shown specifically with the white square in the center. And the star here is where the ranch is at. So people this is where the RVs would be. They'd come in off of Pauly Drive, and then they could stage there. There's trash receptacles, bathrooms, etc. And there's the ranch houses there. And then they could go out onto these trails. So what we didn't present last time was the conversations and support that the ranch and Max does have from his neighbors. Kimberly Dale lives just to the east of him. They actually share Pauly Drive, so all of the visitors to the ranch that come down Pauly Drive from Cochrane actually pass her driveway to her home, and she supports the project. So in the blue, you can see the 3 neighbors that support it. Mr. Southwick, who's building a home right now on the property to the south of Miss Dale, he also supports the ranch emphatically and has provided a letter. Both Kimberly and Rex's letters are in your packets. And then Bonnie Newth as well, even further south, about half a mile away from the ranch. She also supports the project. And in fact, she had even mentioned to Max in times past that the ranch would be an opportunity to at least provide some place of organization for the riders that come out there, where they could park and have trash pickup and have some guidance on how to appropriately use the trails in the area. And I'll go into each of their letters of support here. I'm not going to read their letters to you. I know you have it in their packets, but I'll do the quick recap. So Ms. Dale, she couldn't be here today. She had to work, but hopefully her comments resound as well as if she was here. She cited that Max is an amazing neighbor. They've never had any problems or complaints with the ranch or its visitors, nothing but kind and humble guests and our small part of the desert. She shares Poway Drive, where her driveway is. She shares a property line, no trespassing complaints to date, and she's only 1,700 feet from the ranch house. Mr. Southwick, Rex prepared a letter. It's in your packet. He's in full support of the continued operation of Rideout Ranch, and he's building a new home. So he has a vested interest in this, and he shares a property line as well with the ranch, and he's never had any problems or trespassing complaints to date. Bobby Newth provided a support letter as well. She finds that the ranch, she supports this great addition to the area. They found the people very friendly and respectful. And again, she was the one that even noted in times past that it would be good to have a place out here to provide some organization to all the visitors they get that come casually, park, and ride. They're about half a mile from the ranch house. Lastly, providing some context, and again, the Kitchells will speak for themselves, but we've had the opportunity to talk with them several times. They do not share a property line, but they clearly have a large property to the north and west, and that large wash, the box of wash, goes through their property. So they've had people on horses go through their property, whether, again, with the ranch, before the ranch existed, or into the future. Whether this case is successful or not, there are going to be people on horses riding around through these trails. And so they are about 4,000 feet away. And I think it is important to note, since some of their concerns revolve around perceptions of traffic and dust, they do not share Poway Drive with Rideout Ranch or Kimberly Dale, the neighbor that supports us, but rather their access would be to continue up Cochrane and come in off of Gila Dreamer Ranch Road or Drive, and then double down, as you can see with the arrows, to their residence. Now, of course, their concerns are noted. Max has worked with them over the last several months, met with them, emailed with them, talked with them, and has installed 20 no trespassing signs along their property to guide people on their horses away from their property in an effort to not trespass. So they have Max's ongoing support to continue working together to minimize disruptions to their life at their home. You've seen the history before, and Gilbert noted that it has been through some history with P&Z. One item that's going to come up was this concept of a restricted use and access agreement. Last November, the concerns raised by the Kitchells and generally agreed upon with Max were items that legal, if the county advised, were not really acceptable conditions or stipulations that could be tied to an RU-10 zoning case. And that was a concern that perhaps the county couldn't enforce these additional items that were sought after by the Kitchells. So after that, we coalesced into working with an attorney to prepare a legal agreement, like a civil agreement between two parties that could be enforced, perhaps not through the county, through code enforcement, but rather as a civil matter that talked about, a commitment to ongoing mitigating any perceptions or potential for trespassing, providing, GPS map links, having a camp host. There were a number of items that were agreed upon and put into an agreement, but ultimately it was decided upon by the Kitchells that the agreement wasn't going to accomplish what they wanted, and so there was no point in executing it. So you have the draft of the latest in your packets as requested by the county so they could see what we were doing, but it ultimately was not adopted by either party. Again, this comes back to the agreement. It really circled around camp hosts, printed maps and instructions, signage, and GPS links. So at your hearing on the 5th of April, we received a handout from the Kitchells in regards to their primary concerns, and they were itemized out. The first being emergency service protection, that there's really no services out here. They don't feel protected. And there was concern, well, what about your guests? They're not protected. And we had a candid discussion here with the supervisors that our guests understand that the ranch is off-grid. Like any of the guests that come to the ranch and those that visit out here, there's not someone that's going to be on standby to take care of them if they fall off their horse or have an accident. They understand that it could take some time to get emergency services out there should they need it. Camp host, we already have a camp host. You saw that on the map, that when people arrive, they get a map with the camp host name. They'll have their contact information if they need them. But we already have one to ensure that the guests are taken care of, the property is managed. Guests are advised of the rules. They're told if they trespass on the private property, they'll be immediately removed from the ranch. Now, mind you, anybody visiting these trails or taking their horse down the wash that's not a part of the ranch aren't subject to the ranch rules. They're just like anybody that could come out here. And there are people that come out here that are not associated with the ranch. But we do advise them that they're responsible to comply with all local, county, and state regulations. Access, almost all the guests that come to the ranch come from the highway to the south, a couple miles up Cochrane, and then they take a left on Poway. They do not drive past the Kitchell property. Rather, they turn left on Poway to the south. Trash pickup is removed from the property in a responsible manner. All guests are advised that they have to bag their garbage, and then the garbage is hauled off. There is not any refuse that spills off the truck onto Poway Drive. It's a short drive to Cochrane, and it's taken care of in a respectable manner. We have 3 septic tanks. Those are going to be inspected and maintained. Now, after zoning, should this be successful, we go through site plan review, and we will talk septic in more depth with the engineering team here at Pinal County. So that will be resolved through the site plan review process. There was a concern about expansion. Who's going to control this? There are no plans for expansion for Rideout Ranch, and Max can attest to that. Lastly, in regards to trespassing, we have installed the no trespassing signs and are staying committed to the Kitchell's concerns in regards to mitigating trespassing. You know, I don't have much more to add to that. I just wanted to advise you that we have neighbors that are in support, neighbors directly impacted by the operations of the ranch. And although they're not here today, they wanted us to voice their support for this case. And again, Max is here if you'd like questions for myself or for Max, specifically if there's something in regards to the granular details of the operations, he'd probably be the best one.
Okay. I do have concerns. I think the plan looks good if they follow that. However, a lot of times we go off of our previous experience. In one of my lives, I had my own guide service. I did off-road tours on BLM land. There's a big difference between me just taking my neighbors out for a tour or taking people out commercially and being paid for it. BLM required that I have EMT training and a way to get people out of there. I have concerns that just having a camp host there that may or may not be engaged and then just turning these urban people loose. You don't know where these people have come from. You don't know the condition of their animals. If there's a problem, EMTs don't go out there. You'd have to bring in a helicopter. How do you reach somebody? Hey, don't cross that line, and then you just turn them loose. I would think that you should have an employee that would go with these folks instead of just turning them loose. And I think that would solve every concern that we have. That way that you know they're not going to go onto the Kitchells because you got somebody with them. In my area, around the Superstitions, we have many different horse outfitters there. There's an outfitter with every group that goes out. Of course, you're renting their horses, but you can take your own horses too. You just can't turn people loose that you don't know their background, you don't know their training. And how many times, Chris and Kent, do we worry about legal ramifications? If we approve this and you got broken horse legs or broken human legs, do we get sued? Are we liable because we signed off on it? I don't think we should sign off on it unless they hire a guide or a responsible person to go out with them on these excursions. So that is my concerns.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll probably, if I may, have Max respond directly to perhaps a change in their operations if needed.
Yes. Any other questions or concerns? Natasha, should we have him come up first or have a public hearing and have the people talk on it?
I would say have the public come up just in case they have additional concerns that he
Okay.
can address when he comes up as well.
So this is the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this? And I have Catherine Kitchell.
Thank you, Chairman Surdy, and the other members of the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to be here today. I disagree with some of the representations that were made in this presentation. One of the big things that bothers us is the fact that this third-party agreement that we were to have done, we were told that in the hearing of January 19 that we could not speak about that. We could not mention it in the hearing that day because the county in all of the documents that we had that were coming to us, including the paragraphs in that agreement, said that it was at the request of the county that we were to do this. And it wasn't that we were just coalesced, as he said. This was told to us that we had to work this out in a formal agreement. We did not get the agreement. And their attorney was putting the agreement together, and we didn't receive that until February 9th. And we were supposed to have it completed and sent over to the county by the 11th. And so we went that was a Monday. We went on a Tuesday and hired an attorney. That's the first we'd seen in the agreement. We had talked generally between the two parties trying to alleviate some of the situations or concerns that we had directly with Max. And then all of a sudden we were told in an email from him that now the county wanted a formal agreement, and he had 2 paragraphs, 2 or 3 little paragraphs, no title, nothing else, and 2 lines for us to sign and said we had to do it overnight and turn it back to him. And we just said, that's not a formal agreement. He had already signed it. So then, and how they were able to take a draft, which our attorney, and that was the Kevin Fitz. Do I only have 3 minutes? Oh, I would have.
Natasha, is that my discretion or? Okay, so we'll give you some more time, but
Okay.
we can't stay here all day, though.
But I don't understand why they were able to, we were not able to speak about that agreement at all. And we did not have any feedback from our attorney. But our attorney had told us that we should not ever give a draft agreement, it wasn't complete at all, to anyone outside of the parties. And I don't understand how they can go through and say, this was in the agreement, that was in the agreement, and this was why we didn't want to finish with the agreement. We'd already paid thousands of dollars on it, but it wasn't. If they can accept no liability for anything that they do with the people who come from other states, most of them, as they have said, and there are things that could happen in and around all of our private properties because these trails go through private property, or the owners or lease parties for state trust land or BLM land. You have to have permits to do that. They do not verify the permits for the people who come to their facility. I don't know why they say because we're 4,000 feet away from where they have their main hub, they border us at that point. Our house is right there by where they have sent people up and around across our properties. We've had trespass with horses who have gone around our gates, gone through our entire property while we were gone, and went back through it because they couldn't get out the front main gate. The same thing happened. They went around the front main gate, which has all kinds of signage on it, and so did the other, and rode our property, our road up to our main gate, couldn't get through, and then cut off into the state trust land. There are numerous rules and regulations and applications for the trails. None of them are listed in the state land or state trust information where it says where to ride. And they have a whole list, a whole page of trails, and none of these trails that are on these maps are in there. And the rancher has put them in trespass because we are surrounded with state trust land and BLM land, a private land ahead of us. He has put them in trespass because they're using on a regular basis going across his lease lands. I have my prior statement and that I gave for the last one. There are numerous concerns that aren't covered by the verbiage of the four stipulations. They aren't covered by the verbiage of the comprehensive plan or the ordinances or any of those statutes. But they are valid concerns, as the chairman of the commission had mentioned on the first hearing, that should be vetted, and with no services for our community, no services at all that we had to put into our homes. And we had, with the trash, with the noise, with the dust is a terrible problem. With the horse trailers, and we were told, I was told that there was, and it says also in every one of these packets that they intend to expand. That's their intention. And it's always mentioned as after the approval, the zoning approval has been given.
How much more time do you think?
I'll just read this last thing. You've got these. I guess I won't go over them. And this is from the statement that I made to present here. I wasn't sure I could be here, but because of surgery schedule. But I was able to make it. And now, so I'll read this to you. This is very important to the people in the neighborhood. No, maybe they are not adjoining their property, but we've lived there for almost 20 years. We have had to support ourselves with our roads, with our trash, our own water. So I would say this is what for my 3-minute, this is the 5th public hearing I have attended regarding the rezoning for approval of the Rideout Ranch Guest Ranch that is now and has been operating in our residential GR5 zone neighborhood for approximately 3 years. They say 2, but in some of the documents for the packets. As stated in the Planning and Zoning Commission staff reports, quote, at the public hearing, the commission needs to be satisfied that the health, safety, and welfare of the county and adjacent properties will not be negatively impacted by the rezoning. Throughout the public hearing process, we have submitted a multitude of concerns that negatively impact not only the properties of ranch neighbors, but their quality of life as well. However, even though the staff reports note complaints and issues on the ranch property, They're in violation of the Pinal County Development Services Code, 7 other issues and concerns for the ranch to address and mitigate, and 4 additional stipulations set forth by the county. Staff still recommends approval of the zone change to the commission. That was for those things. Why? And to the board. Why? Because it complies with the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan and the PCDSC Code and ordinances. It does also state that if the commission cannot find for all of the factors listed above, the staff recommends them to forward the case to BOS with a recommendation of denial, which 2 commissioners did vote to deny and 4 approved. But thus an approval or recommendation was sent to the BOS for its public hearings. The ranch may fit within the verbiage of the comprehensive plan and codes and ordinances, but what is missing is recognition of the human element with respect to this rezoning. Those neighbors, those people, and their families who have set forth a multitude of concerns that they have submitted in their documents and voiced at the podiums. Those residents who have come from near and far to this desert to build our permanent homes in such a beautiful, peaceful place. We treasure the natural desert that surrounds us with all of its sunshine and unique wildlife and vegetation. So please remember us, the neighborhood people, when making your decision on whether to approve the zoning change for the ranch to R10 from GR5, as your decision will impact our health, safety, and welfare, not just for now, but for our lives and our families' lives far out into the future. And this I leave with you.
All right.
To show you how much we care. And I made a poem when we were having our house built. I wrote a poem for the workers who we appreciated what they were doing when we were building the home. And I think it pretty well expresses the sentiment of the neighbors who were not contacted with regard to this in the area. Bless the souls of all of those whose talents they have given to make this place, our home on earth, one small piece of heaven. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Robinson.
Gentlemen, board members. So I'm a resident out there. My name's Ted Robinson. So I'm about 3 miles south of the Kitchell Ranch. So I built my place. I bought it in 2016. Finished my house in 2019. Got a 2,200 square foot home, small ranch. And let me tell you something. Pinal County did not make it easy for me to build that place there. I jumped through a lot of hoops, spent a lot of money on permits, had a lot of things redlined, had to go back to the architect 5 times. So my point is, with these guys building out there, this is not even a home. It's just a guest ranch that they have people come out. It's a monetary thing. We have homes out there. You know, we go there each night. That's where we live. We have families there. So you bring out a bunch of city slickers that don't know what they're doing. There's not even cell service out there. So you're talking 25 miles from here. It's not 9 miles. It's 25 from right here. It's up. You climb up about another 1,500 feet. There's no cell service. Do you know how many snakes are out there? I killed 50 last year. I'm talking about rattlesnakes. So you get a bunch of people out there that don't know what they're doing, not supervised. You're just asking for a disaster. So pretty much everybody that's got homes out there, there's 15 over where I'm at. We're all self-sustaining. There is no services out there, none. Every once in a while you'll see a sheriff. We've called the sheriff twice. One time it only took him like maybe an hour and 45 minutes to get there. Other time it was 3 hours. One time was for a wildfire when we had the big fire out there 2 years ago. Another one was for a no trespassing. So another concern I have with is if these people have went out there and they've already built, and from what I can see what they put up, it kind of looks like makeshift stuff, portable things. But the only thing I don't see that's portable are those septic tanks. And hopefully they got the right approval on those, because it took 2 years for Pinal County to approve my septic tank. 2 years. Kept coming back that there's not enough information about that area, that Pinal County does not have enough information about putting in a septic tank there because of the drainage. That's a different type ground out there. That ground is decomposed granite. It's not dirt like here. So I'm just asking you to take in consideration people like me, people like the Kitchells. I noticed they only had 3 people up there of landowners. There isn't very much private property there, but there is more than 3. I just ask you to take in consideration. A lot of people don't have time to come in here. I took off work. My boss is waiting for me right now. I didn't think it was going to take 3 hours to do this, but I'm here. And because that's my home out there, these people, what stake do they have other than it being a business? So I just leave it at that. Just take in consideration for us, please.
Anyone else? Okay, if the applicant would want to respond now.
Oh, man. My foot went to sleep. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak after my neighbors have been able to voice their concerns. So the previous hearings, I spoke first, and other things have been brought up that I've never had an opportunity to address. But basically, up until this point, every problem that has been proposed has a solution. A lot of it we've actually already gone through and solved those problems and followed through on our end of things. But one of the concerns that you brought up about people being responsible for their own horses and their safety, there is an Arizona state statute. We actually have it posted on signs on our property because other horse camps like this do exist and they've done the same thing. But there is a state statute in place that says anybody who rides their own horses is responsible for their own well-being and everything that happens while on that horse. So if they get hurt, if they trespass, if they do anything like that, they are responsible for their actions. And that goes while they're in our camp or while they're out on BLM land or state land. So there is a state statute that does protect all of us in regards to those things. Like I mentioned, there are multiple other horse camps within Pinal County that already follow these same rules. And one of the concerns was about having a guide to go and take out riders. None of these other horse camps have rides to take riders out, guides to take them out. They provide them with GPS links, with maps, and then these riders who are mostly in their 60s and 70s, retired, coming from back east just for a few months here in the winter, they're very respectful, very self-sufficient, and they're able to guide themselves on these rides. Another thing to consider, it is not just our guests who ride on these public lands. This area is a recreational area and always has been for many of years. And one of the things that we've been trying to do is basically give a little bit of structure and guidance to the people who choose to use these public lands. If we weren't there operating as this small guest ranch, people would just be parking along the road, along Cochran Road, and going out and riding and doing their own thing. That still happens, even though we do exist. And one thing that's really awesome is my guests will go out and pick up trash that is left by other campers that decide to park and camp on BLM and state land. So our guests are actually beautifying this property and the surrounding areas, rather than showing up and leaving it worse than when they got there. Talking about things with Kitchells, the time frame that Kathleen has explained is very incorrect. We've been dealing with this for months now, and she makes it sound like we've been forcing her to sign off on something overnight. We have written and revised this agreement that basically holds me and Ride Out Ranch accountable for following through with the things that they would like. We've been working on it for months. The reason it has not been completed, although we have agreed to everything that they have requested, the only reason it has not been completed is because they hired an attorney to write in new verbiage that holds me personally liable for fencing all 160 acres of their property. It's ridiculous. Like, who's ever going to sign off on that? So as soon as I said, look, everything you've requested, I'm okay with. I'm just not going to fence your property. That's where it ended. And it's been months. So it's not like it was some overnight thing that, like she said. Every one of these hearings, when it started with planning and zoning, now to Board of Supervisors, it has just been creating all kinds of new confusion and problems. I'm an open book. They've got my phone number. They've got my email. any question, concern, anything, they can talk to me. We'll solve the problem. Everything they've presented so far, we've solved. But instead of talking to me, they'd rather come to a public hearing and voice their opinion. I've posted over 20 signs on their property regarding no trespassing. We've printed maps. We've created new GPS links that guide our guests around their property. We have directed any guest that stays at our property to acquire the permits to ride on public land. If there is a suggestion on how I can enforce that, I'm more than open to enforcing it. As of right now, it is just guidance given on our website, and our camp host is supposed to check in and make sure that they have those permits. The last few things here is the Kitchells have told other neighbors that they plan on moving anyways. So like we're working these things out with our only close neighbors that have concerns, but they're telling people that they're moving anyways. We're still happy to make everything work and make an agreement with them. We only operate 5 months out of the year, and let me tell you some nice things about this place. It is a beautiful piece of desert. It is a spot where my family has gone for the last 15 or 20 years to enjoy the Sonoran Desert and get outside. We have loved being able to share that beauty with people who come from other parts of the state and enjoy the nice weather and the beautiful scenery. We're not some small, throw together their 7 Peaks fencing that we've put up. It's all very high quality stuff. It looks very nice, to the point that Horse and Rider magazine is doing a write-up on us this summer to show what a wonderful place it is. So these people who travel with their horses and are escaping the cold in other parts of the country who come to Arizona, they love it. They love coming here, and it brings economy and good things to Pinal County and Florence specifically. You guys have any questions for me?
You have some, Mike?
I do.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How long has the DeWitt family owned that property?
It was the early 2000s that my dad and his partner purchased it.
Okay. And if I'm remembering right, this all came about as a result of your family and other guests coming there over the years and seeing the beauty and the landscape and everything else.
It was very organic, and the way it came about, we definitely put the cart before the horse as far as putting in the horse stalls and all these other things and creating a website, because really in our mind it was more like an Airbnb type thing where we'd have a few spots and our friends could kind of come rent and stay out and have a spot, but it quickly kind of snowballed into something a little bit bigger than that. But yeah, it was really just a spot that it's 80 acres. It's plenty big that a few people can stay out there. We've got 14 sites now, so you think about 14 sites over 80 acres isn't a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, it just kind of snowballed into something a little bit bigger.
How many private landowners surround you?
I think 6.
That actually touch your property?
Yeah, it might be 5, but yeah, there's just a few.
But 3 of them.
And they're the 3 that are impacted the most.
Right.
It's the ones that we actually drive past to get to our property.
And I remember Southwick is one that's actually building a house out there.
Yes, sir. The one thing that's important to note is these people, where their houses are, they stare directly at our ranch house. And they've told me if they didn't actually go and look, they wouldn't even know that our operation exists. So they literally can step out their front door, because where the guest house, the ranch house, and the RV park little spots sit, it's kind of down low, so it's protected from the wind. These guys' houses are up a little bit higher, so they look right at ours. And they've literally told me, they're like, yeah, we wouldn't even know you guys are down there if we didn't go and look, because it's not noisy, it's not crazy, it's not a lot of activity. Most of these people are coming from back east. They stay for a month or more, so it's not a lot of in and out. They stay put, and all they're really doing is hopping on their horse and riding out.
Okay. And then as far as the comments made regarding septics, those are all permitted, the current ones?
I don't know. I'm going to say they're probably not. They were put in before I owned the property. My dad just had too much energy and just too many resources and just got on just doing this stuff. And he actually passed away in 2020, before everything got finalized. So I don't know. I know that we're going to have to make some physical changes at the property, like those little tiny houses. They're not houses, they're really just bedrooms. Yeah. I know they're too close to an easement. We'll probably have to move them. And there are changes that we are aware will need to happen, but just getting the thumbs up on the general usage is really what we're trying to accomplish right now.
Okay. At this point, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
Thank you. You said that folks stay for a month or more, and do you know if that comports with the regulations that are in place for our trailers or RV parks?
For the RU10 zoning, I'm going to go off of what was suggested by Evan Evangelopoulos when we first started this process, and that's what he told me would be the application that works.
Okay. And then one of the concerns was the riders going onto ranch lands. And so it's BLM or Arizona-owned lands. Are they permitted to ride across ranch lands?
So yeah, they're basically, these ranchers will lease BLM and state land. My guests aren't the only ones who are riding out there. There's hundreds of others that are doing it. So I think as long as they are permitted and have a permit in place, they are allowed to ride on those lands.
Okay, maybe we'll hear from the county attorney on that one.
Okay.
And liability is one that, yeah.
So I'm for these activities. I'm all about tourism, et cetera. You know my concerns are safety related and emergency. You are going to move some structures. You're going to get your septics taken care of. What about committing to having a camp host have a satellite phone that you could actually reach somebody instead of climbing up 1,500 feet and then try to maybe make a phone call?
Again, a lot of things that have been said in here have been completely false or exaggerated. There is cell service. There's also Wi-Fi. So I have constant communication with my camp hosts. So yeah, there is no issue there. I call and text them all day. Cell service is spotty. But when they get there set up, they're in the campground, they're on the Wi-Fi, they're connected. So yeah, we actually got cell phone boosters in the campground as well, so it helps. It's not perfect. Like, depending on where you're standing, you may or may not have service, but it's not something that they'd have to get in a car and travel. To put it into perspective, just this last season, somebody in the campground was like working their mule. Mules are crazy stubborn. He got bucked off, got hurt. The primitive campground hardly gets used. It's a big open space. They called for a helicopter, landed right there, picked him up, and took him out. And it was a matter of, a few minutes that he was taken care of, and it actually saved his life. So,
do you know what company responded with the helicopter?
I don't. I could find out, but I do not know. And it's one of those things. It's like the Arizona state statute that I mentioned. We have it posted all along our property, so our guests are reminded. They're reminded when they're signing all their disclosures and everything when they come to stay. Their waivers, I guess. But
Chris, is that enough of a hold harmless, just putting up a sign like that?
Again, this is private property. It's not county property. And the mere fact that we would just approve the zoning, that would protect us. It's going to be the next step. Has he then complied with all the building requirements, the septic, and all the other type of requirements that will come after zoning?
Anyone else?
Just a quick comment. So the permitting and all that stuff, you've got your camp hosts, they can check to see if they've got the permit. And if they don't have a permit for state trust, you can do it on your telephone.
Correct.
I do it when I go. So
yeah, and we talked a little bit about that in the last hearing, and it wasn't like super definitive, but I already gave the camp host some guidance on how to do that, and it literally took like 10 minutes, and they understood it, and they can direct people moving forward.
Right, so, but then you can check to make sure they've done it, they've got it, like, here's my picture, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'd like to understand, if you were to receive the zoning change, what is going to be required of you by the county? And I say that because this gentleman went through hell to get a building permit to build a house, which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I would say that it's going to be hell and back again for you, because are you going to have to pave roads? Is all this going to have asphalt? I mean, you going to dig up those septics?
Well,
are you going to? I mean, I'm just envisioning a real nightmare if you were given the zoning. So I'm kind of curious. Have we laid out exactly what you're going to have to do if in fact you were to receive the zoning?
Including, also the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, and I mean, I understand, your dad got out there and did what he did, and we, our county is scattered with those types of scenarios out there. I totally understand that. I just am curious as to how many hoops you're going to have to jump, because I don't know if you really realize what that might be.
So we have an idea, and like I said, there's a half dozen other horse camps just like ours that are operating in Pinal County. So after researching them, none of them are on asphalt roads or anything like that, but I am very much aware that there have been some improvements that have been done to this property that may need to be completely changed. And yeah, we're okay to tackle that. Honestly, this land is it's a very personal, special place for us. So if there is any way that we can keep it pretty and keep using it, we're going to find a way to do it. And what Jason just reminded me is we're still going to have to go through site plan review for all of this. So we're going to have to find a way to make sure that everything that is there does comply.
So are you at a cease and desist right now? I mean, you can't use it until all of this stuff is resolved?
I've not been told that, so yeah. What's up?
If I may, Jason, through the chair, Board Member Miller, there's a stay on enforcement as this works through the zoning process and site plan review process. There's a stay on enforcement with code enforcement. We keep code enforcement updated with our hearing dates, and they coordinate with development services staff. Okay. But there's a stay on enforcement. They're waiting for us to get through the process. They're not going to do a cease and desist right now.
Okay. Natasha, did I properly close public hearing?
Chairman, you have not closed public hearing. It's still open.
Okay, but can we hear from the same people again, or
Typically, Chair, we do not, but
Okay.
of course, as Chairman, you can make that decision.
All right, so let me make, anyone else want to speak on this? If you've already spoken, I can't really have you come back, so.
Well, I had some more questions.
Yeah, I'm going to close the public hearing. We've already heard from all those folks, so.
I did have one other question.
Yeah, we're not closed for these questions, but I've just closed the public hearing part.
I understand. So, but I did have one other question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned leases. Are those grazing leases? Is there cattle being grazed out there in that area? Is there
on the state?
Do you know if there are any active grazing leases that are
Yes, sir.
in place?
Yes, sir.
There is.
Yeah, on the state and BLM land.
Okay.
I think it's Teacup Ranch, I think, is the name that runs through that area.
Teacup?
I think so.
Because to open range, you have to fence out. Follow me? If it's open range, if it's grazing, it's open range, is it not?
Yeah.
And so if you don't want the cow on your property, you have to fence the cow out.
Oh, correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, they run a pretty big area out there.
Okay. Any more questions or discussion among ourselves? So, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Gilbert, I'm about to ask for a motion. I think we've all discussed it and heard. Yeah, what are the stipulations?
Give me 1 minute. Actually, I think they're attached to the case. Could you put the presentation back on for me? Gotcha. Sorry. While she's doing it, I just wanted to make a quick couple of comments, if I may. The site plan is going to cover all of the required permits for the septic tanks, for the buildings that people are going to live in. That's all will be covered after the site plan, and then the building permits will follow that. I also wanted to make a mention that, and I think it's pertinent to the case, We've worked on other cases in the county, more specifically Oracle, where they had exactly the same type of deal, where it was horses, dude ranch, guest ranch. And back then the county handled it through a C3 PAD. C3 is full commercial. This is not that. This is RU10. So they're real limited on what they can do, first of all. And this use is allowed. But other places that did this have a lot more flexibility on the commercial aspect. So, and the reason why the planner pushed this was to keep the zone change to a minimal, to allow him to do a guest ranch, but not give him the full openness of a C3 zoning, which is a Walmart zoning. If you PAD it, you can limit it, which is how they did that. But so they're similar, but I think the zoning here is appropriate for this type of use, and it keeps it rural. So it tries to stay within the rural nature of what they're trying to do out there. The stipulations are in front of you. I could read those to you if you'd like.
Would you like?
Would you like me to read them?
Okay.
Okay.
So just a quick question, Mr. Chair. So you don't have the cease and desist, but you've got to essentially stop doing what you're doing till all this goes through. And the season is closed at this point, I understand. So this could take 6 months or a year to go through. Is that kind of a good guess?
So if the zoning is successful today, 30 days after today, it would be law. They could run the site plan now, so that takes 120 days of our time. So you're talking 4 months they could be done going to permit.
Right. So and in government, so that's 6 months. But I'm just curious.
That's fair.
But I'm just curious because then they're obviously not doing any business now, but they wouldn't do business till their next season opens, assuming that this could clear through.
Yes, and keep in mind, most let's just use a Wendy's or something because it's in my mind. I think it's lunchtime. They take your full 4, 5, 6 months because of all the infrastructure, all the roads. This isn't going to have a lot of that, so this will probably run through in a couple of months, if not sooner. So they could be probably moving faster than a 4 or 6. It could be. I would argue that they could probably be at permit in 4 months, just because of how simple the process is. And you saw the site plan. It's not going to be a lot for staff to process and go through.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more discussion or questions? Steve?
Will they have, thank you, Mr. Chairman, will they have to provide a traffic analysis?
That would be up to the discretion of our county engineer. What typically happens is they have to do one of two things: a traffic impact analysis and/or a traffic impact statement. Cases like this, the ones that we did in Oracle, didn't trigger the full analysis. Not up to me to decide that. When they hire someone to do that, they decide based on a trip. So not likely that would be an analysis, but the statement usually will suffice. Traffic impact statement.
Thank you, and I think that the point I wanted to make there is these stipulations are merely the beginning of a whole lot of different triggers that will happen after that. I'm all about property rights for folks, but I don't know. This is this is a tough one because it's just I don't know how successful it will be after we complete our process and what would be required this gentleman by the time he gets to the end of the process and is able to open his doors. That's a personal opinion. It's have nothing to base it on, except experience.
Anything else? I will call for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item number 9 as presented.
With 4
With
stipulations.
With 4 stipulations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Sounds like it was 3-2 in favor.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. We will take a very quick 5-minute recess because we have a lot more to do. Z-052-22, somewhere on Gansel Road.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. Sangeeta Devkar, Senior Planner with Planning Division, presenting the next case, PZ052-22. It's a rezone in the Pecan Creek Village. And the proposal is zone change from community commercial. There are 3 zoning, existing zoning, which is commercial zoning district, C2, local business zone, CB1, and a single residence zone, CR2, to a general commercial zoning district, which is C3, to allow for light automotive services along northwest North Gansel Road within the incorporated area of Pinal County. Subject site is located northwest, as mentioned, on North Gansel Road and Pecan Creek Drive in Santan Valley area. We have the applicant, Jason Sanks, once again, representing Michael Peltz from Peltz Trust. This is the county map showing the location of this project. You can see that it's in the northern portion within the vicinity town of Green Creek. Vicinity map showing the surrounding zoning, and the red portion is what is being identified for this zone change. We have C3 zoning to the south, and we do have, when you zoom into the parcel area, sorry, this is the aerial map right now showing property not developed as of now. There's this storage facility, Cube Smart, to the north of it. Further zoom down, showing the comprehensive plan, which is the Santan Valley area plan, showing neighborhood commercial zoning, land use. This is the zoom down map showing the existing zoning, which is C2, CB1, and CR2. And you can see that parcel that is hatched in blue, which has 3 zonings. The odd shape has been based on the prior rezoning cases, and the proposed zoning is general commercial zoning C3, which kind of is similar to its north, and the south C3 zoning. We can see that it is on the west of the Gansel Road, and the Pecan Creek is on the eastern portion of the Gansel Road. We have SR zoning to the north, and south is the town of Queen Creek. This is the 600 feet buffer zone where the property owners were intimated, and we had received no opposition. This is the site plan for showing the access from Gansel Road, and also has a secondary access from Pecan Creek to the south. This is currently in the site plan process under review also. Some pictures taken along north of the Gansel Road, along south. Opposite to this, the east, the Pecan Creek, and then into the parcel in the west. We can see the backside, the Cube Smart storage facility. Some items for board's consideration. The rezone is similar and compatible with the surrounding parcels and their intended zoning and land use concepts, which are commercial. Access is along Gansel Road and Pecan Creek Drive. Site plan, the applicant is required to go under a site plan review process separately after the rezone process. TIA and the drainage have already been approved by the county engineers, and we received no responses in opposition for this case. Staff recommends approval. P&Z also recommended approval to forward it to the board with 14 stipulations. We also have the applicant. He also has a presentation. If you have any questions, I'm open to those at this point.
Are there any questions? I don't think so.
Thank you.
So this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this issue? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Does the application want to present?
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and board members. I'm back. I have a presentation. It's quite short, just to discuss the proposed land uses. There's 2 auto service national brands that want to locate here to build the parcel out. They need C3 to do light auto service for tires and brakes. And as a reminder, this Pecan Creek Village ties into the Queen Creek Vestar Center that's got the Target, the Sprouts coming, and approximately 22 other little businesses. So it all ties together, and we respectfully ask for your support, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Do we need to see the presentation? Or?
I can show you the presentation, Chair. It's just real brief, unless you don't need it.
It's just a couple quick pictures, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I know it's afternoon. I just want to be respectful of your time. All right. So this is just a quick diagram showing you where everything's at, the context of the proposed. It's Breakmasters and Discount. The self-storage facility buffers it from residences to the north and future residences to the west. You've got a Dairy Queen, Dutch Bros, got a cobblestone car wash, RV storage. Even after this is built out, you can see in the little red shape there. We'll still have a couple lots to build out what's left in the county side, which is Pecan Creek Village, and Vestar to the south. They've got Target's just coming in. It's I think it's still in first review with Queen Creek, but they're going to have a number of retailers, pizza, beauty salon stuff, credit union, dental care. They're going to have a Raising Cane's. All of that stuff's going south of that purple line, and we're going to have cross access to them on our site. So, but that's pretty much it. I did a really, really brief presentation. So,
okay. Any more discussion? Then I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 10 with 14 stipulations.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay, and that's unanimous. Number 11, public hearing and discussion approval for ordinance PZ-051-22. This is for the bringing back the wedding venue event center in Gold Canyon. Sangeeta.
Good morning once again, Chairman, Vice Chair, board members. Sangeeta Devkar presenting the next case. It is a straight rezone for the Gold Canyon Wedding and Special Events venue. Case number PZ 051-22. This is a zone change from local business zone CB1 to general business zone CB2 to allow for a continued use of an existing Gold Canyon wedding venue located north along South Kings Ranch Road within the incorporated Pinal County. Location, as mentioned, is along South Kings Ranch Road in Gold Canyon area. We have the applicant, Pugh and Lake Ralph Pugh, and the owner is Travis Sabby. The county map shows the location for this project and a rezone in the northern portion of the county, shown with the yellow star, and you can see that it's along the I-60, just in the Apache Junction area. This is the vicinity map showing the surrounding zoning, which is CB2, and you have multiple zoning that is shared on this map, and the location of that case, which is marked in red. The aerial map right now shows the portion of the parcel that is requesting for a CB2 zoning, and one can see that there's already an existing structure which is operating under CB1 zoning. For the comprehensive plan showing the moderate low density residential, 1 to 3.5 dwelling units per acre, and this is, the further zoom down zoning aerial showing the surrounding zoning. CB2 on the western side's north portion is the SR zoning, and we have the CR5 on the eastern portion, and CR3 across the Kings Ranch Road, and this has been requesting for a CB2 to from CB1 to CB2 for an existing wedding venue. This is the site plan. That is a lot of things that have been existing on this site for working. This wedding venue has been in operation for past 25 years. There are a couple of things that the applicant and the owner needed to do and which were not allowed under CB1 zoning, and this is the reason why they have come in for change for rezoning to CB2 to ensure and then meet up to code to what they want to do as far as the events and the wedding venue functions are concerned. And you can see that the access is from the Kings Ranch Road. Some pictures taken along north into the parcels showing that showing the structure. South across with the residential CR3 zoning along Kings Ranch Road east and to the west. Some items for board's consideration. It is for a continued use for a parcel as a wedding and special events venue and bringing the building up to code per zoning. Eliminating the process of temporary use permits that have been applied for the additional uses that were not allowed under CB1 zoning prior. Drainage and TIA have been approved for the golf course area. Access is directly from US 60 and access for residents and tourists along this road. Site plan, the applicant is required to undergo the amendment to the site plan review process separately after this rezone has been approved. We received no responses from public in opposition. And P&Z recommended approval, forwarding this case to the board with 11 stipulations. We have the applicant present. If you do have any questions or any questions for the staff, I'm open for that.
Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I hear you right? They've been in operation for 25 years?
The wedding venue, yes.
Okay, what is it
You've
that they
been
want
in
to...
there. It's where the Pinal Partnership would meet. Yeah.
Okay. What changes do they want to make that has to change the zoning?
So basically, they have a shade structure which was an additional to the main building, and the outside activities that are open for dining and serving alcohol, which were not allowed in the CB1 zoning as part of the wedding. And there are a couple of more other smaller uses that went along with that wedding activity. And there were a couple of small changes that they want that were not allowed in the CB1 zoning. I think it's been in operation for a long time, and we have been getting TUPs, and we wanted to stop that, bring this up to code to ensure that then they fall and bring up to speed with the CB2 zoning so that all the activities that are related would be conducted.
25 years and hadn't served alcohol. I'm trying to figure that one out. But anyway.
Outside dining was one of the things that was, yeah.
Did they reach out to us, or did we reach out to them?
No, there was a case. I think there's a code compliance case that.
Code compliance case. Okay. Thank you.
So I don't want to speak for staff, but I want to speak in favor of this. Yeah, they had a temporary use permit, and it was at one time a tent, and they shored up the tent, and they made it so strong they could barely tear it down, but it's all been torn down.
Oh, they tore it down?
Yeah, and my daughter got married there. The Pinal Partnership, the county uses it. All of the copper mines from all over the country met there. So this is very vital to the whole area, and we need more things like this. And yeah, one strange thing, we forced them to get a permit to tear something down that didn't have a permit, which was very ridiculous to me. But yeah, we need this. So do we need to look at the stipulations and have further discussion, or
11 stipulations?
Yeah, do we need to hear from the applicant?
Is the applicant?
Would you like to?
I'm good.
Okay. Says no. So this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a vote if there's no more questions.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item number 11 with 11 stipulations.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that's unanimous. Public hearing, discussion, approval of PZC-003 text amendment to change the process to more responsibilities for Board of Adjustment rather than coming in front of the board.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is my second presentation and second public hearing with respect to this project. I'd say about 7 months ago, we got some direction to take a look at our civil hearing office rules as it relates to appeals from the hearing division. Worked with legal to put together this document. It had to go through the public process with the Planning and Zoning Commission first. I provided this presentation to this board about a month and a half ago. We had to go through the full noticing requirements and everything to get this document before you today. So I'll be very brief on my presentation. Current hearing office rules were adopted in 2011. There were some minor edits to the document that had to do with outdated references, some specific items that it says are identified by county staff. That was primarily our county attorney's office in terms of trying to follow proper hearing rules from a state perspective. And then the primary issue here was shifting hearing office appeals from the Board of Supervisors to the Board of Adjustment. We went out and did research based on a request from a board member to see what other counties do, and we found that the majority of the counties in Arizona already have the Board of Adjustments that hear those appeals. I think you're all familiar because you appointed these folks, but we have a 5-member Board of Adjustment, and they meet once a month on the third Thursday, and that's the list of those folks. What is the legal authority in terms of the hearing office rules? It's outlined in state statute. I'm trying to go. Here we go. Specific items that were updated. There was a waiver of service requirement that was modified. Complaints can now be amended to include additional charges. That's if you have a case that's gone to hearing and then additional things have occurred on the property that are in addition to what have already gone to hearing. Changes to the rules governing the attorney notice of an attorney involvement in the appeals to come in line with state rules. Request to set aside civil hearing defaults within 30 days as opposed to 6 months. That was another change made by the county attorneys. And additions to duties and powers of hearing officers to include excluding duplicative or irrelevant evidence to make speedy determinations. A lot of these cases, there is volumes and volumes of information that is provided that may not be pertinent to the case. That's my presentation. Do you have any questions?
No question, just a statement. As the county gets bigger, I mean, they'll be more and more important, and all the cities and towns already have this, and these issues go before them. Mike, did you have something?
Yeah, the comment, it's more of a comment myself, is that I know we've had quite a few of these cases, and to your point, we're going to see a lot more. But we have many of these cases that we've heard that are going to come forward that the individuals that have violated or have gone against some of these ordinances sometimes get intimidated, and they don't know where to go or how to work this through. And we've always tried to make ourselves where we're not here to penalize you. We're just here to help you get you into compliance. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose that sight at this. And so I'm not sure.
In discussion, Chris, this is like quasi-judicial, right? Are the people that have a problem, are they allowed to talk to our appointed members and lobby them and give them their sides beforehand, or only during their meetings?
Only during the meetings. And when you're referring to the appointed members, the Board of Adjustment appointed members as opposed to yourselves, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And may I just say, Mr. Chair, I mean, because we're a legislative body, not a judicial body.
No, the Board of Adjustment is what I think.
They would be. And this takes us out of that loop.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to lose sight of what the point is that these are our constituents, though, regardless of how it looks at. These are our constituents that are coming, and I would just don't want to see us lose sight of of that compassionate side, trying to help them get into compliance, doing the things that they need to do in order to avoid many of the penalties and things that's coming their direction.
You can sit in on the Board of Adjustments, and I'm not making light of it, but but you can be talking with these people.
Okay.
So
Is that possible?
So they could still reach out to us, and then we can guide a little bit, but we can't really tamper with our appointees either then.
That is correct, but it does provide an easier way for those constituents to talk to their supervisor in that district. Whereas now, when they reach out to you, it's our recommendation that because you are the final body making the decision, that unless all members hear that same information, it's really not appropriate for them to be reaching out to you. They should then do that presentation or that comment at the open board meeting, and that's why you see that happen.
Okay. Now, to go further, I'll bring it up at the very end of our meeting when we ask for additional things so that we don't get off topic here.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak to this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 12 as presented.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. The next item, Joe is going to ask to possibly withdraw. This is an ADOT issue.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Board. Joe Ortiz, Pinal County Public Works Deputy Director. Yes, you are correct. Staff is asking or making a request to withdraw this item. Yesterday, late afternoon, we did get a request from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to make some revisions. So we asked for some time for legal and staff to review that before we made those changes.
Okay. Any discussion? So do we need a vote to withdraw?
Yes, Chairman.
I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to withdraw item number 13 from today's agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. Number 14, lease agreement with Pinal County Air Park and
Good afternoon.
Joe again, yes.
I'm back up again. The request is from staff to enter into a lease agreement where Pinal County would be the landlord and Aircraft Inspection and Management LLC would be the tenant. The location is 24641 East Pinal Airport Road in Marana. The desire or the use for this property would be aeronautical, and the request is for a 25-year term with 1-year renewal options. The rent shall be $47,698 annually, with a base increase at each 1-year period at the anniversary, and that base increase would be based on the lesser of 1.00 plus CPI percentage or 5%. A tenant will need to comply with Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA regulations, which include but not limited to storage, maintenance, fueling, disassembly, disposal of aircraft, and components. The leasee will be permitted to perform engine runs on the runway or taxis within the air park, but only after consultation and coordination with the airport fixed base operator or airport management. The lease itself would be effective July 1, 2023. And I take questions.
Any questions? And I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Excuse me, just one point of clarification, because I'm not sure it came through really clear when Joe was saying this is a 25-year lease with one renewal option, but that renewal option is for an additional 15 years.
Correct.
It
Sorry
sounded
about
like it was for yearly after that, but it's for an additional 15-year period. So I just wanted the board to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, correct. Appreciate it, Chris.
Now I'll ask for a motion.
Mr.
Chairman, I move that we approve item number 14 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
15, discussion approval for donation to the Mammoth Fire Department of 2 file cabinets. Angie.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Angie Woods, Director of the Office of Budget and Finance. Before you, I have an item for Mammoth Fire District. We'd like to sell them some used lateral files. This is the same item you saw last, maybe it was the last board meeting, except for these are 2 different file cabinets that they would like to purchase from us.
We're not selling them the same one twice?
No, we are not. 2 different file cabinets. So again, this item would require a unanimous vote of approval.
Are there any questions? Okay, then I will ask for possible unanimous vote.
Mr. Chair, I move that we, whatever. I move this thing forward,
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that was unanimous.
Thank you.
16, discussion of a budget approval for district number 2, right?
Members of the
Yes.
board. This item, similar to the process in which we put together last year, this item is approving methodology for the district budgets, setting a baseline to the budget of $338,475. Then also approving what was characterized last year as a midpoint of $423,094, and then anything beyond the $423,094 up to a maximum of $507,713 for each of the districts. Supervisor District number 2 has currently requested a budget of $399,758, which is $61,283 above the baseline budget, and would require a supermajority vote for approval.
Any questions?
I would just ask the question.
Why?
That's the one.
You're such a problem district.
Come and live in my shoes and you'll know why. I appreciate the question, and thank you so much for that opportunity to explain. 2 things, I have 3 assistants. One of them I don't have at this point a designated district manager in my administrator. Is that what it is? District administrator. And so part of this, a large portion of this budget increase would make Haley my district manager. Up to this point, she hasn't, or administrator, she hasn't met all the qualifications and everything, but as of to date, she has all the time and everything, and then she's also will be finishing her education through NACOG. That will be done this summer. And so based on everything else that she has done up to this point, she's earned that right to be known as our district administrator. And so that's where the largest portion of this. Not to mention that we still have, I'm still the largest by a little bit as far as the size of population. Primarily, it's still an unincorporated area. And so there's a lot of legwork that we have to do. One of the most efficient forms of communication that we have to the citizens is direct mailing. And so there's some dollars that are equated to that. The last time we did that through our survey, we actually encompassed your district, part of your district, as well as mine, and Supervisor Kavanaugh's district, because it was all Santan Valley. And so we plan on doing that again And so we'll be getting with you, gentlemen, to have your input on that particular mailers that will go out. And so that's the two major reasons for the increase in the salary, or in my budget capacity, yes.
Any more discussion? I will ask for a motion then.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve, I don't have my glasses on, item 16 as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. Angie, you're up for budget discussion.
We had to do a roll call.
Chairman, if I may, the presentation that I have today is a little lengthy, and I know that you're planning to recess the board agenda for a period of time. My request would be to come back and make the full entire presentation after the recess, if that would.
You're talking later today.
I only have probably 10 minutes, and I know my presentation is going to take longer than 10 minutes.
Natasha, you have a good idea of how the schedule is going to go. Can we do everything else and still look at 10 minutes now, or should we come back?
My recommendation is going to come back, especially considering we have the executive session items.
Okay. So I could just do that as chairman. I don't need a vote on that.
That is correct, Chairman.
So we're going to postpone this until after.
Thank you.
So right now, we're going to look at future agenda items, correct? Is that where we are? And I have one that I want to look at. I pay attention to the media and what's going on, and there's a lot of talk about TikTok, and it has been banned on a lot of government agencies. I don't know why they feel there's the need for this, but maybe we don't need to look at this as a board, but perhaps the county manager, you can look into it, say, is this a problem? Are people on government devices doing this, causing them a lack of work? If maybe at the next meeting you could just address that. Then if we see that there are issues, then we could put it on a future item to take action. But I've not heard of any, but since the rest of the country sees this as a problem, let's make sure that we don't have a problem either. Anyone else?
You do eventually, right? You just, yeah. So, which one do you want us to
Pick
go?
one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would, to go off of the comments that was made earlier, I'd really like to see some efforts that or some agenda item that we discuss, maybe an ombudsman?
Ombudsman.
Thank you, sir. That would assist and help in some of these code violations and help people through the process as make that. And I don't know if we have somebody designated for that now or a position for that, but I would like to see us do something. To your point, we're growing, and we're going to have more of these type of what do they call them, mavericks that are out there doing their thing. Anyway.
Perhaps we would include the public defender's office maybe in that?
That's what, yeah. I don't know. To be honest with you.
Mr. Chairman, we could look into that, but I'm pretty sure that that's not within the scope of their ability on the criminal violations. These are more civil violations, so they wouldn't be entitled to a public defender.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So, a discussion, and first start with a discussion on implementing a manual count of the primary 2024 and general 2024 election and eliminating the machines. And the second item, which I've mentioned before, is to consider putting the discussion, but putting the elections department directly under the Board of Supervisors. A discussion on those two items.
Anyone else? Okay. I see all the financial people moved into the room. You're here. We just postponed that, right? So you'll hang around. You can go to open that building with us. So, Natasha, we will have time to do an executive session now, right?
Chris.
Mr. Chairman, in looking at the clock, we'd have 5 minutes. By the time we actually convene and get into executive session, you're going to have to walk out the door to head over to the building, and we're going to take probably a few minutes for each of the 2 items that are in there.
All right, so at this time, I will then go into a recess, not post, okay? So we're in recess.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board, and thank you again for indulging me to have this conversation after the recess. I just didn't want to get into middle of a heavy topic and have to take a break and lose my train of thought. One thing I wanted to note before we get started, yesterday I provided the clerk of the board office an updated presentation. There was during my preparation for today's meeting, I noticed 2 numbers that were in the wrong places, so I just switched them on the slide, and I'll show you that when we get there. If there's no other questions, or I'll get started. So the county strategic plan sets a framework for the way in which our county operates. In January, Leo presented an update to the strategic plan that included this goal of financial strength and stewardship. The goal was we maintain a long-term positive financial position by balancing revenues and expenditures for operations, debt management, and capital investments. We steward the taxpayer funds efficiently and effectively to minimize the burden on taxpayers and create a competitive community and business environment. With this strategic priority in mind, today's presentation focuses on developing the 23-24 budget with considerations to levels of service, the needs, the primary property tax levy, secondary property tax levies for both the library and flood control districts. This is a slide that I typically show during our tax levy and rate adoption. And this particular property tax dollar comes from the August presentation last year. It represents the percentage of funds out of a dollar for each taxing jurisdiction type. This particular, we have been focused on reducing Pinal County's primary property tax rate since around 10-11, and it was because of the strategic plan that we began to focus on that. At that time in 2010-11, Pinal County was taxing at or near the maximum of the rate. The levy per capita was one of the highest in the state, and the tax levy burden as a percentage of personal income was second highest in the state. Our strategic plan helped Pinal County to make great strides to change how we tax our constituents. And I started with these 2 slides because last year during final budget adoption, this board had some discussion in regards to both the primary property tax and both secondary property taxes. So today, I'm going to provide you some additional context so to help you guide us or guide myself and our departments in how you want to have a taxing strategy for this coming fiscal year, not only on the primary property tax side, but also on both secondary property taxes. We'll come back to you in about 2 weeks, the June 7th meeting, with a tentative budget. And so having your feedback in this meeting is really important to me because I'll take that feedback and implement it so that I can come back and have a collective, your collective expectations met. So I'll first start with the library district. The Pinal County Library District is primarily funded by a secondary property tax. That the net assessed valuation for the district is the same boundaries as our primary property tax, since it covers the exact same properties. In 2011, the library district opened its first county-operated library in Santan, and a second county-operated library will open in Arizona City in a few months once the construction of the building is complete. The library district also operates, well, they don't operate, but there are 12 non-county operated libraries in our county that these funds, the secondary property tax receives. They fund an allocation to each of those 12 non-county operated libraries. The libraries that are served with the secondary property tax are in both unincorporated and incorporated areas of the county, and some are run, the 12 non-county operated libraries are run by volunteers and or municipal employees. You can see here the current rate for the library district is 0.0965. This rate has been is the same rate probably since around, I believe it was around I have it here, fiscal year 16-17. And that year it dropped to this rate due to board action. The board at that time reduced it to this rate as a T&T. So, any questions so far? So the library district rate comparison. So we every year go out and get all of the secondary rates from each of the counties in the state. In this, the library district operates the third lowest property tax rate of all the counties in the state with library districts, and it has the second lowest levy per capita in the state, only second to Maricopa County. So $6.87 per capita, which is, in my opinion, a great deal to have library services year-round. This is a slide of what we have put together for the library district's pro forma. First thing to notice here is that the years of actuals for fiscal year 2021, 21-22, and the projected actuals for 22-23, the revenues minus expenditures are all operating in a deficit. This is and was planned to happen because the library district has been expanding their services over time. They added the Arizona City Library. They added the Santan Library, and they're preparing to add the Arizona City Library. So there's additional costs above the current rate or the rate that they're receiving. So in order to expand services, they've been utilizing increases due to net assessed valuation and or new construction to do these expanded services for our constituents. The second to the last column, you'll notice the forecast, the projected numbers for 23-24. The only differences between those two columns is the property tax line there. You'll notice that in the 23-24 projection for the rate at 0.0965, that this is essentially structurally balanced. $16,000 is essentially balanced when you're talking about $3.4 million. In this scenario, the library district, their fund balance or their reserve as a percentage of the total outflows ends at 15%, which has been the county's primary, our strategic goal for several years. So this aligns with that goal. In the last column, I've given you what it would look like if the secondary property tax rate was adopted at the T&T rate. And you'll notice here that deficit increases significantly, and their reserve as a percentage of outflows reduces down to 11%. In talking to the interim library director, I asked him what options there would be if this board were to give direction to reduce down to the TNT rate. His explanation to me was that they would have to reevaluate some of the services that are being provided, and that potentially some of the allocations that go out to the 12 non-county operated facilities would most likely need to decrease, or they would have to find some other alternatives to ensure that they don't continue to spend more money than the property tax that they currently receive. So just wanted to keep that in mind, and I ask of you to provide me with some sort of guidance on where you would like to see the library district's rate for fiscal year 23-24 to come.
Chairman.
Yes.
Question. Ms. Woods, so just for whatever, the .0965, that's per $100?
Per thousand.
Per thousand?
Oh, no, per 100.
Per 100, okay.
Per 100.
Just checking to make sure we're on the right.
Yes, exactly the same as the primary property tax.
So very, very, very small.
Yeah, and every 1 cent is the same as the primary rate, $340,000 for every 1 cent. In the case of the library district, we would never increase or decrease by 1 cent. So whatever, if you were going to do a half a cent, it would be half of that 340, those types of things.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Any guidance on how you would like to see the secondary levy to be adopted for this coming fiscal year?
I personally, I would say leave it alone, personally, because we're coming out structurally balanced. Mm-hmm. That's kind of where we want to be. And we don't want to cut services to the people that are going to need it.
Perfect.
So.
Any other guidance from our board members?
I agree.
And it is an awfully small, 0.9 cents on $100 is nothing, so.
Yeah, essentially, a $100,000 home, we're talking about annual basis, I believe it's $9.65 a year. I just want to be clear that by leaving the rate the same, we will again have a truth in taxation hearing, which will state that this board intends to raise the levy or the taxes to our constituents.
And it'll come out in the paper as an evil thing that we're doing. I know, but that's
absolutely. It's our statutory required notice that we will post in the paper. Perfect. Thank you for that guidance.
If I could,
sure.
The bottom line is I think they do a lot of good in our communities. I've seen the increase of involvement from much of the community and the youth and the young kids, and so I don't think that I think that's an easy argument. So anyway,
they provide useful services to the community, like you say. Place to meet, it's great.
Yep.
Free to treat the rest of this like a work session and just chime in with your questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't state ahead of time that please interrupt me at any point. I appreciate the feedback because, we'll take that back and produce the document that you would like to see in 2 weeks. So moving on to the the flood control district. Similarly, the flood control district adopts a secondary property tax and funds is funded mainly by this secondary property tax. In the case of the the flood control district, they have the ability and so does the library, but they sometimes will go out and seek other alternative types of funding to help with some of their projects. The flood control district is responsible for mitigating flood risks for properties in both the unincorporated and incorporated parts of the county. Cities and towns do not have the capability to assess a flood control district tax, which, with that in mind, our flood control district is working with and partnering with those cities and towns to ensure that projects that are needed in those areas are occurring, and sometimes they're even partnering with funding to get those projects off the ground. The net assessed valuation is similar to the countywide net assessed valuation here. However, statutorily, it's reduced slightly. I believe that is with, and I think I have it here. Yeah, I don't have it here. But there's a statute that reduces the net assessed valuation slightly, even though it covers the same properties. This slide is a chart of the the flood control district rates across the entire state. You can see here that Pinal's rate is 5th lowest in the state. And what is not on this slide is that the levy per capita for the flood control district is $10.56, which is also 5th lowest in the state. The flood control budget for fiscal year 23-24, the majority, as you can see by this pie chart, is made up of capital projects. And the operating, the 17% here, is those normal operating expenses that covers, all of the supplies, the personnel, those types of things. On an average, the last several years, the expenses for those operating costs are about $1.4 million, and they don't anticipate that to change much in the coming year. So the flood control district currently has 40 projects in its pipeline in the 5-year plan. These projects, as you can see on the map here, are spread throughout the county. Right now, the estimated cost for these projects is about $36 million. If you think about the levy that the flood control district currently assesses, it's $4.1 million. Simple math tells you that the revenue that they're going to receive over the next 4 years doesn't touch the cost of that $36 million in projects that need to occur. In addition, the district will continue to leverage their partnerships with cities and towns. They will continue to search for alternative funding sources. I'm talking grants like state, federal funding to complete these projects in the next 5 years. Looking past the 5-year plan, the flood control district estimates there's an additional $8.2 million or 19 additional projects past that 5-year mark that will need to be addressed. So I don't know if you have any questions for myself or for somebody from the flood control district, but I believe Chris is here if you did have any questions. And we're looking for guidance on how you would like the rate to remain.
Well, I think the point I want to make is that we are the governing agency for flood, so we have to work with the cities and the towns, and when they have projects come in, so we're it, and I don't know how you make up. This is almost offset, is almost as bad as transportation dollars. I mean, in a way of not having enough to do what needs to be done. But I don't know where my colleagues are with that. But I do want to. I mean, we do try to work with all the communities that are incorporated because they have projects that overlap, county and cities and towns, and so. We have to be a partner in all those things.
So the current rate is 0.1693. That would increase their levy by about $365,000. The truth in taxation rate here is 0.1631. and every 1 cent, and just like the library district, we would never suggest 1 cent, but I just wanted to give you kind of a round number to work with. And then there again, they anticipate more projects costing more than what the current levy would take for the next 5 years.
You're looking for direction.
I am.
So, I mean, I know some of these projects are, you know, in the tens of millions of dollars. So obviously, this doesn't change anything. So, I mean, bridges south of Arizona City, we've got one that went from, what did it go from? Something like $2 million to $3.5 million or something like that over the last year. Is that right, Chris? More than that? It went way up, though. But the idea is there that it really jumped, and it's like we can't afford to do those. Now we're looking for more money. So to Supervisor Miller's point, you know, I mean, how much is enough or too little, you know? I mean, I would say leave it where it is. I mean, I'd raise it, except that would even be worse press. So but because you're talking $16, $100,000.
Absolutely.
So
Can I ask a quick question? Like, how successful are we in getting grants and the ability to put towards projects? I mean, do you have a breakdown of how much is our grant money that we've received maybe in the last year or something?
I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if, Chris, you might have some of that information.
Chairman, Supervisor Miller, I don't have the exact numbers, but we have been quite successful in getting grants. We have 2 NRCS grants that we're utilizing right now for watershed plans. The project that Vice Chairman McClure mentioned, which is our Sunland Gin project, that we actually got a FEMA grant for that. It wasn't enough, so we're trying to see if we can increase that federal government share and possibly rebid the project next year, maybe get a better price. We maybe not, but you never know. And we also, so that was a FEMA grant, and we also got a FEMA grant for another project as well, Christensen Road, and that was a couple years ago. So we are fairly successful in getting grants. If you want, I can get you a more precise number on what we've got in the past. So it is a very important part of completing these projects because, as it was mentioned, they're quite expensive. Some of these, a typical project that you may want to implement to, impact, say, a subdivision or a small community is going to be at least $2 million, just to have that enough infrastructure to have a benefit that can be realized by the community. So they were the most effective.
And well, I hate to go down this path, but I'll ask it anyway. I mean, we being the governing party or the governing agency to cover flood mitigation and plans, where's our liability? I mean, there's people. I mean, throw out the lawsuit situation, but I mean, we can only do so much, and I don't know. It might be more for my counselor to answer that question. When we are made aware of something, what type of response are we mandated to do?
Yeah, that's a tough question because typically what we do is, we get a complaint or request. It goes on a list, and then we'll go through a series of steps. It'll start with a feasibility study or a design concept report, and it'll eventually come to this board with a resolution, a project resolution, which would then authorize the next step, which would be design. And then that's where it gets kind of tricky because then it becomes very expensive. And so that's why our 5-year plan, we've got $36 million worth of projects that are just, we're waiting to get the funding accumulated to be able to do it. So we are completing projects, 1 or 2 a year at the rate that we have right now, which I think is great. We just completed our Amarillo Valley Dams rehabilitation project recently. So that was one that was unfortunately 10 years in the making, but we were able to get it finally across the finish line. So, yeah. Any other questions?
I don't know. Okay.
So, okay.
Well, I guess just tough it out. Do what we can. beg for more money from the feds.
So the direction I'm hearing from the board is to leave the rate the same. We will, again, have a TNT hearing when we adopt the final budget. Again, that'll be posted in the paper with language stating that we're raising the property tax rate, or property taxes. Thank you.
For clarity on that, though, we're increasing the revenue, right? We're not increasing the rate, but we're going to collect more money.
Correct.
But we can't do these projects with less money, so we really don't have a choice. I mean, it sounds like we're raising property tax. We're keeping the rate the same. Because there's more value, we collect more money. But we couldn't do it with less money. We couldn't do any of these projects with less money. So
Right.
it's just, you know.
Ms. Woods, does the effective rate keep up with the inflationary rate? We were discussing this the other day. Is it, because I can't do the numbers in my head, and I know you've got them.
Yeah, and we'll actually get to that in a couple of slides.
Okay.
Essentially, the net assessed valuation on existing properties, I believe, is about 4.8%. It's in a future slide, so it may have misstated. And when I went out and looked at inflation, April to April, so last year to this year, inflation is about 4.9%. So just the increase in net assessed valuation is keeping up with net assessed valuation. The increase there is just keeping up with inflation. However, like Chris stated, these projects are expensive. There's times that we're having to take a couple of years to accumulate enough money to kick off and complete some of these projects. So yes, it's keeping up with inflation. Currently, I did not take a look, however, if the last couple of years that it has kept up with inflation or not, because it may not have, because the valuation on existing properties was not, I don't believe, at the same rate as inflation.
Right. So almost my answer. I was just looking because I can't do it in my head, but if it was 1631 compared to 1693, is that about 4.9%? No. So it's not this rate is not keeping up with the inflationary rate.
Correct.
So we're going backwards. Correct. To Supervisor Miller's point, it's like we're this is flood control. We're digging a hole, dude.
Right.
Essentially, that's what is happening with each of our three, our primary property tax and both secondary.
By keeping the rate the same, we're going backwards.
Correct.
Thank you.
Even though it's an increase, we have to say it's a tax.
Yeah, we have to tell people we're collecting more money.
Correct.
We're collecting more money because there's more houses, there's more assessed value on the books.
Correct.
So are you recommending we raise the rate?
Well, that was my suggestion once, but that's no.
So
if you were selling widgets, you would raise the rate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Wanamaker, can you rattle off the top 3 critical flood control projects in Pinal County and kind of describe their urgency briefly, and then we'll talk about funding?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Supervisor Kavanaugh. So probably one of our top priority projects right now is what we call the Dirtwater Springs project, which is a large detention basin in Apache Junction. It is a partnership project with the town, and we're expecting to pay about half of that. Unfortunately, it is, I believe, almost $7 million, so Leo may know the exact number. So our portion would be $3.5 million for that project. And that project would benefit several hundred residents downstream, as well as businesses and a shopping center, and also the roads as well, reduce flooding on roadways. So that's probably the number one project right now. And then another project, which was already mentioned by Supervisor McClure, is our Sunland Gin project, which is very important because if this project were to be implemented, it would provide all-weather access to a community of nearly 200 residents and 900 parcels, which, when we have even a mild flood event, they get cut off from essential services. So that's probably another very important project. And that one's probably, I believe it was $5.7 million was the low bid, and that was about 3 times the cost of what we had thought it was going to be. And when we actually got our FEMA grant, it was only for $1 million from FEMA, from the federal government, and so our share would have had to been significantly increased to match that low bid. And then another project we have that kind of sticks out in my mind is we call it the Adobe Dam project, or the Bonanza Ranch project, and this is it's a fairly small project, but it does help an area of several homes that also have access issues and significant property flooding. And that cost estimate was about $2.1 million the last time we made a revision based on the latest construction costs. So there's just 3 projects that I can think of right now. But again, there's like Angeline said, there's 40 plus projects in our 5-year plan right now of various sizes. Again, all throughout the community too. We're all 5 districts, work through with every city. So yeah, there you go.
And real quick, just typical grants there's always a match of some type.
That's right. Yeah, typical grant, we're talking usually a minimum match of 25%, sometimes 35% if it's an Army Corps grant, or even 50% in some cases. So, so that still can be quite significant. Right.
So then, if we were to raise the rate slightly, how much further? And I don't have my calculator with me, Angie. So if we raised the rate slightly, how fast could we start to accomplish some of these critical projects?
Well, and
for every 1 cent, it's only $296,000.
Yeah, so that's a tough question because when we're talking millions of dollars for these projects, I would think it would need a substantial increase to be able to go from, say, doing 1 to 2 projects a year to doing 2 to 3 or more. So I think, one thing that I think we've done a pretty good job of is trying to obtain any grant funding we can. We've applied for a lot of grants. We're not always successful, which is understandable. It's competitive. But there's a lot of money out there right now, too. For water infrastructure, flood control type stuff. So,
when was the last time this rate was decreased or increased or changed? Or
it was the same time as the library district, and it was decreased down to the TNT rate at that point in time.
2011 or whatever, or 17, whatever.
16, 17, I believe.
Yeah, but on the same token, every little bit helps because, when we're talking about matches for grants, a few extra 100,000 may make the difference in making a project successful too. So,
but even to do anything, you'd have to raise it 4 cents to get to a little over $1 million, which could help, but 4 cents, that's again, so.
We'll still have the same problem. We renamed the Adobe Dam Road to the Dam Adobe Road. So the reality is that I think that keeping it where we are now is probably the thing to do, and then really hit hard on the grants.
Yeah, and another thing we're trying to do, and going back to the Adobe Dam project, is we met with our designer and we said, how can we perhaps split this project up into 2 phases or do something else so that we can get something in the ground to have a positive benefit on the community, to show them that we're doing something, that we're not just sitting around waiting, and then come back and do a second phase and do it in a way that we're not throwing away work, we're not wasting money, and And that's what we're working on right now. We're trying to be creative with how we implement some of these projects. So, and going back to the NRCS grant, so we have to do these watershed-wide studies in order to then be eligible for that NRCS funding for construction dollars. So we have several projects already in these watersheds that we would love to do, but to be eligible for the NRCS funding, we've got to do the planning study first. So we kind of got to go backward a little bit to make ourselves eligible for this funding, which we're in progress to do. Then that should open up some more avenues for funding when we complete those studies.
Those studies aren't cheap either.
They're not. Our Guild Wash study for watershed plan, for example, we're already over $700,000 in expenditures, and this is over almost 2.5 years. So, but it's a large, very.
You'll spend $1 million on that study before it's all said and done.
That's true. But at the end of the day, that makes us eligible for any project that's in that watershed that's in that plan to be federally funded. So,
do they have, this is kind of a offbeat question, but do those studies have time periods? I mean, like certain things, you do this study, but it's only good for so long. Do these studies at least last for years where you could refer to that information after the study's done in a project 3 years from now?
So that's a great question. So I'd actually asked that to the NRCS, and they said the expectation is we would go right from study to design and then implementation at that point, and that they wouldn't expect the study to sit on the shelf for a long time. So basically implying that they would expire at some point. They wouldn't give me a time frame. They just said, the expectation is you go to the next step right away. So I believe they probably would expire. I don't have an exact time frame.
Yeah.
So, and that's also
been at this too long.
Yeah.
I will say that, Chris, you've done a dang good job when it comes to our flooding issues and things of that nature. And so I commend you and your staff for what you've done.
Thank
so
you.
We appreciate it, especially with the little resources that you have available. So.
Well, I think keep it the same. I mean, at this point,
that's where I'm at.
Come up with a new plan for next year.
There's opportunities between now and next year to dive deeper into the subject if you want. My team and Chris's team can partner together to bring some alternative, maybe discussion and maybe a plan on what we would like to see, and maybe in a work session item. If that's what you all would like to see. Okay, so I'm going to shift focus over to the general fund, but before I do so, I wanted to take a couple of minutes to celebrate. And we did some celebration even this afternoon, going over to the medical examiner's office for their ribbon cutting ceremony. And I want to celebrate because this budget cycle I've been in the budget office almost 10 years, and when you are in something for that long, you start to reflect on what changes have occurred, what have we done right, what have we done wrong, and I became to realize that our strategic plan has made a huge impact to the way the county not only decides how we're taxing, but it has made a huge impact to the financial well-being of our county, which in turn is passed along to the citizens that we serve. The county has been able to strategically lower the primary property tax rate in a way that has a huge impact on our citizens. Back in 2010-11, as I stated before, we were the second highest in the state, primary property tax-wise, or second in the state as far as tax levy burden per income. Since then, that burden, that percentage of burden per income, has almost decreased in half. It's actually 45% it's decreased. The metric's important to not only us but to our constituents, because it tells us mathematically if our constituents can actually afford the taxes that are being imposed on them. So by reducing it almost half since 2010-11, we have done a fantastic job. On the slide, as I was reminiscing, I see in just the last year our ability to be responsive to inflationary pressures, the ability to be deliberate with our strategic changes, and we do that very quickly. Our ability to utilize our one-time resources to cover one-time projects. Our medical examiner's office is a great example of that. I celebrate the fact that we've been able this year to absorb unexpected events without having a financial detriment to us. And in the next slides, I'll show you how that actually worked. So congratulations. Thank you for continuing to do great things for our county. So this slide very purposely was put together. I put together just the revenues to do some comparisons for you. On here are the actuals for fiscal year 21-22, the way we budget our revenues in 22-23, and what we are projecting for 22-23. One thing that you should notice right away is our budgeted revenues in most of the categories is actually lower than the actuals that came in for last year. That was in part due to the way in which we budget. In addition, the revenue projected for 22-23, because the way we budget conservatively, those numbers are higher than what we anticipated. So actuals 11% change in 21-22. We budgeted only almost the same dollar amount at the total revenue line as what we received, and then but what we're actually seeing is a 4.31% increase in revenues. Those increases are primarily, the increases are primarily due to those categories that I have highlighted in yellow in that 22-23 line column there. The county sales tax, part of the $11.9 million more, the county sales tax is currently trending 21% higher than the previous year. That forecasted amount that you see on there is 18% higher than the same time last year. So taking a deeper look at the county sales tax, we have not started to see any decreases in construction-related sales tax or utility-based sales tax. However, we've seen a very slight decrease in the amount of sales tax collections in the categories of restaurants, retail, both traditional marketplace and online, but very, very slight. I'm talking in comparison to last year, maybe only a 1% to 2% decrease, but we're still trending that 18% higher on the year.
Home Depot did it for us.
There you go.
Yeah, go Home Depot. In taking a look at the state shared sales tax revenues, the county is currently trending a 10% increase in comparison to last year. That forecasted amount, which state shared in sales tax, is included in that $87.5 million that you see. We only assumed an 8.5% increase, even though the trend is about 10. That's something, we're receiving a share of what is collected on the state shared sales tax. It's important to note that these two revenue streams have inflationary increases automatically built into them. This is due to the rising cost of prices in the marketplace, then in turn due to inflation, and in turn we receive a higher percentage based upon the higher costs. So inflation's already built into those. We have seen a decrease slightly in charges for services, mainly attributed to record fees. The decline, as we heard from the recorder's office, is primarily due to the real estate market being uncertain. They're seeing fewer recorded documents for real estate sales and refinancing. You know, it makes sense when the interest rate is so high. Not as notable, but still important, we have seen decreases in both building code and planning fee revenues. And in the fiscal year 22-23 budget, we did anticipate those changes and made reductions in those areas in the development-related revenues. Any questions on revenue at all? I did notate here on the slide part of that change. You know, we budgeted $10.3 million in the miscellaneous. Most of that was made up for lease of land. We essentially budgeted not only for Lucid's original lease, but the lease that we knew that was coming on. And because they paid off their debt to us for the first lease, they no longer had to make that payment, so which reduced that amount. So the bond is paid off. They don't owe us. We're no longer in that first lease. However, the second lease, they did pay us for that. It's part of that $7.6 million that you see there on the screen. So this next slide shows general fund expenditures and the performance in comparison to the budget. Much like the last slide, have the same columns on here intentionally. Planned in fiscal 22-23 were various compensation changes. I have most of them listed there on the screen, across the boards, increases, benefits, retention payments, market adjustments, step plan increases. There was a PCSO received funding from the state for recruitment and retention. That is also in the general fund, as those monies from the state were deposited here. What you see as far as the projection goes, we budgeted $148 almost $1 million in personnel, but we're only anticipating $137.3 in personnel. That's primarily due to staffing turnover, and some departments have not had the ability to fill positions due to the market. So, and to be honest with you, that difference between the budget and the actual is pretty normal for every single year. If I were to show you the budget versus actual for 21-22, similar variance. Does that make sense?
So unfilled funded positions is what you're saying?
Not the unfilled, unfunded.
Just unfilled funded.
Unfilled funded, that's correct. Yeah, so sometimes there's been challenges in recruiting the right people. Sometimes it's a specialty position or higher education type position that we're working on to bring on those and overcome some of those challenges. So.
And we've had an increase in applicants and an increase in qualified applicants.
Yeah, I believe the Human Resources Department, Mary Ellen, later, I wanted to say, before we adopt the final budget, she'll be coming forward to give you some of those numbers. But yes, we have seen an increase in applicants, qualified applicants, to be honest with you.
Qualified is the big word right there.
Exactly. Just to have somebody turn in an application and then not be qualified, it doesn't allow that department to really, HR screens those through, so they don't know that those applicants necessarily have applied. They're only seeing those that actually meet those minimum qualifications, and that number has risen.
That's risen, and then our turnover rate's roughly the same.
That's
I'm looking for nods. I think I'm right.
I believe so.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we're gaining on that a little bit.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
In the non-personnel category, you'll see budgeted numbers. They're $70.9 million for the current fiscal year of 22-23, and we're showing you in the projected numbers slightly higher than that. That's not actually abnormal because we have some departments that may use some of their what we call vacancy savings to, maybe provide a service. They may be doing some other things with their bottom line budget. When my team and I do budget monitoring monthly, and where we generally focus our time is really at that bottom level, that total expenditure level. So in looking at this chart, we look at that budget of $279,954 and compare it to what we're projecting. And in this case, you can see the 279 or 280 and then projected 269.5. I mean, that's like a $10.5 million difference. So that is a huge win for the county. And earlier I celebrated the fact that our budget is able to absorb these unexpected events without causing financial detriment. That right there is a clear indicator that we've been able to do that. However, I do want to talk about two areas that we've been able to absorb. One is which on the screen here is capital cases that are currently in our Superior Court. So I'm talking, in other words, death penalty cases. The costs of those are very significant, and I believe we have one or two of those that are hitting our books right now. That causes increases in expenses in our county attorney's office, our public defender's office, our clerk of the court's office, our Superior Court. So not is it just focused in one area, but it's spread across that whole judicial system. So we have seen significant increases in those costs that are wrapped into that $71 million non-personnel personnel line items there. We also had unexpected costs in elections. And sitting down with the current elections director, we wanted to do a comparison to, figure out what really, in numbers, what was occurring. So what we did is we wanted to compare to a similar type of election cycle. Because, in this current fiscal year, the election cycle had certain races. And so we compared apples to apples. We compared to, I believe it was fiscal year 18-19, where similar races, similar municipal things were happening, similar, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Similar propositions were on the ballot in 18-19. And so one of the things that we noticed right off the bat is between fiscal year 18-19 and the current fiscal year was a 40% increase in voter registration. That's huge. Voter registration drives the cost of elections, as you well know. Another reason that we, and I didn't say this, but another reason why we wanted to use fiscal year 18-19 is that when the budget was developed for fiscal year 22-23, it was used as a basis. So we looked at what was happening then and then anticipated increases in costs. Other things that happened, we had increases for costs of ballots. We had increase in the rent for polling places. And the Pinal Regional Transportation Authority propositions were on the ballot as well, which caused pamphlet charges. Sample ballots were mailed out to constituents. So those things right off the bat were things that we knew would be in addition to, what we saw last similar election cycle. In looking at the primary election, it was very, I noticed that that most of those costs that were for the primary were really related to reactionary due to complications or mistakes that were made. As anticipated, we saw increases in costs associated to printing of additional municipal ballots. We saw charges for a newspaper article or ad that explained how to vote in municipal races. And we were able to identify some costs for renting specific equipment that was used in polling places just because of the demand. And like I said, these types of costs are really all reactionary due to what was happening at that time. And as we took a look at the general election side of things, the costs that we began to look at, we noticed were associated to direction that was given and really more of a proactive action that the elections office was taking. They were beginning to ensure that strategic resources were put in place in a very short time frame to preserve the election. Really to preserve the election. So we noticed some costs for enhancement of poll worker training. As you know, there was additional staff that was added to the elections department and elections team. In addition, they increased the number of poll workers at each polling location. The elections team enlisted expert to help design the ballot, which resulted in a two-ballot card. The two-ballot card ended up adding additional printing costs and doubled the cost of tabulation, all in the name of being proactive, ensuring that the rights of our voters were protected. In addition, the elections team, we saw costs associated to being proactive by ordering ballots to ensure that sufficient numbers of ballots were readily available at all the polling locations. So kind of the opposite of what may have occurred at the primary. And it's really kind of good to note that when the elections team was faced with the statutorily required recount, they thought through that process and they figured out that they knew what the cost was to count those ballots the first time around. And so in order to reduce costs, they employed methodology to use internal staff rather than to bring in outside workers to do that. And that did save the county some money. And again, that was not any thing that we did, but it was a statutorily required recount. Any questions on the expenditures here? But most importantly, I celebrate the fact that, we had a budget of $280 million for expenditures, and here we are at $269.5. That's huge. Something to celebrate. So moving on, this information kind of puts those two slides together along with putting together our fund balance to give you a really good picture of what our financial standing is. One thing that you'll notice right away is I included the 22-23 budget, and I did that intentionally. Last year when we were doing budget development, we were designing the budget to align with strategic priorities. The decisions were made to reduce the primary property tax rate by 13 cents. And it was intentional to have the reserve fall somewhere around that 15%. So by managing and monitoring revenues and expenditures, we anticipate that financial stability reserve at the end of the year to be 30%, a huge difference between how we budgeted. That's again another way that demonstrates how well our budgeting practices have worked for our county. Okay, so thank you for bearing with me. I know it's kind of been long up to this point. The next few slides, we're going to focus more on the fiscal year 23-24 budget development process. And again, I'm going to ask for some guidance for the 23-24 tax levy strategy. I hope that, I get that the information is somewhat complicated, complex, and sometimes boring. So thank you. I'll try to make the next few slides kind of quick. So the way in which we have looked at revenues for 23-24, and this kind of goes back to your question, Supervisor McClure, property valuation growth was 8.4%, which is above inflation. But if you look deeper at it, and this is where I had numbers backwards in the first iteration sent to the clerk's office. Our valuation for existing property grew 4.81%, and that's where I'm saying is pretty similar to inflation. And then new construction grew new construction was 3.36%. So if we were to tax at the same amount, same rate, our levy would increase by $9.4 million. And, we have the choice or you have the choice to reduce that rate how you see fit. For every 1 cent, again, is $340,000. When considering inflation into our taxing strategy, again, looking at the net assessed valuation and comparing it to inflation, I'm sure you're asking yourself, why should we do this? Why should we consider a inflationary adjusted property tax rate? The strategy is similar to how the federal government adjusts Social Security benefits on an annual basis. The Social Security Administration automatically adjusts benefits to citizens based upon the average consumer price index for urban wage earners and clerical workers. They look at the third quarter, do the average, compare it to the previous year, and that's how they come up with the change in benefits for Social Security. So essentially, they're looking at inflation and adjusting benefits based upon inflation. If we were to do that here, as I stated before, April 22 to April 23 was 4.9% in inflation, and again, almost matches the increase in existing valuation. We could potentially use that to cover the inflationary increases. And then any of the new construction, that 3.63%, we should consider those for expansions of services for the county. And then, as I discussed earlier, in regards to excise tax, we're not really seeing a decrease. Inflation is already built into those things. And then for the 23-24, we are already building in decreases for those other revenue sources that are more sensitive to our economy. So I'm talking about the record fees, I'm talking about planning fees, those types of things. So we're already being sensitive to that. Any questions on the revenue side of things?
Quick question. So the 356 is what we're at now, correct?
That's correct.
That's just, again, the 339 that you have up there, is that your
That is the TNT rate.
That's the TNT, and it's even an increase. So,
The $3.9 million increase is attributed to the new construction
right.
So
So what is, Mr. Billingsley, what is the projected growth this next year for new construction? It's slowed down, but what are you seeing as a trend?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McClure. Actually, strangely, the only thing that we've seen an appreciable decrease in is single-family permits. And even with that decrease, we're still second in the state of Arizona in growth rate. And we gave an interview yesterday, Mr. Goodman and I, with PBS, and I had all the statistics. But month over month, we're seeing a double-digit decrease from single-family permits from last year to this year. The odd thing about this is with the increase in the interest rates, number one, our rate of construction has not decreased at the same level as the rest of the state. But two, our other permits have gone up considerably. So last year, we did 70 more permits last month than we did exactly last month. So a year ago, it was 70 more. We did over 5,000 inspections last month. And last year we did 3,200. So when you say we've slowed down in the single-family realm. But in overall permits, we haven't slowed down. And we also haven't seen the trend of decrease that all the other entities in Pinal County have had. Last year we ended the year second only behind the city of Phoenix in terms of growth rate. So we did look at decrease this year because we're being conservative. But we've seen an increase month over month the last 3 months. And I gave the trends to Angie last week. So did I answer that?
Yeah. So in your double digits, I mean, what are the double digits? I mean, 99, 88, 11? What?
Well, we were lucky. Every other entity in Pinal County was in double digits, and most of them over 25% last year, or the last 6 months. We were somewhere between 7% and 11%. We're over 20% now, but a lot of other entities are 60, 90% decreases. The only abnormal entity there is Apache Junction, where Apache Junction averaged 5 or 6 permits a month for the last couple of years. And now Apache Junction's seen a 324% increase in permits due to Superstition Vistas. They're now averaging about 60 permits a month. So they're the only real aberration in Pinal County.
And so the increase in properties, is that apartments and that kind of thing? Is that what you're, and modular kind of stuff?
One of the things that is really interesting is our permits for septic tanks are way up this year. We did over 80 last month. So it tells me that the folks that are building custom homes on large lots that have septics, they're not being affected as much by the economy and the interest rates. To have over 80 sewer inspections, and you know each one of those has a single-family permit or a mobile home permit associated with it. I think it just depends on products and what folks are doing, but we're still very busy.
Okay. I think so. Thank you.
Brent, before you sit down. So the number of permits, because when I get those monthly or quarterly reports from you, I have a hard time deciphering exactly what they are saying, because if you do a swimming pool permit, you did a swimming, that's a permit.
Yes.
If you did a solar panel permit.
Yes.
Permit. If you did, it just seems like there's so many different types of permits.
Yes.
And you could have a whole lot of increase in swimming pools because all the people just bought houses now decide they want a swimming pool.
Yes.
And that doesn't really reflect necessarily an increase in housing.
Correct.
Okay. So anyway, I mean, all those, to me, those have to really be broke down more in categories to have a better understanding there. The increase in septic tanks is interesting in some ways, but I think you're onto it as far as they're going to get that infrastructure part done before they, go forward with some vertical stuff. So, and I just haven't had the time to really sit down and ask you how to categorize all these different categories and what they really mean to me. So I mean, just because there's an increase in permit numbers doesn't necessarily mean there's an increase in housing.
No, absolutely.
So it's all.
Absolutely. So when we provide our report, we break it down into single-family residential, mobile homes, and other.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll go into that a little later.
Mr. Chairman, can I just comment? Can I just jump in with a comment on that topic? For the sake of when we see the revenues decrease, those are just permits for unincorporated, but we're going to watch the sales tax close because those permit decreases throughout the county, our construction sales tax is based on countywide. You know, if it's built in a city, we still get that portion of the construction sales tax. So we will watch it because we've seen these before and we know how they go. And it's a cycle, so everything's getting built out that was already permitted, and now we're starting to see the beginning of a cycle with these decreases in the permit SFRs. So we will continue to keep an eye on it, and we'll watch construction sales tax close and see if there's what ripple effect and when.
And to Leo's point, that's one of the reasons why in the previous slide I purposefully told you that our construction sales tax has not decreased because he's right. It is a direct correlation to the building side of things. Any other questions on how we currently have a budget set up on the revenue side?
Historically, what we've done, like a drop in by 4 cents, 4 or 5 cents a year the last few years.
We did 6 a couple years ago, and then we did 13 last year.
Yeah. So the prior strategic plan, we had set a definite goal of getting to a certain tax rate.
Yeah, thank you.
And we strategically lowered the rate by 4 cents every single year. Since the updated strategic plan, we did not set that same type of goal. Again, the first slide, we set more of a generalized type goal, and we've been really you've adopted a rate that fits the needs of the county currently.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's been varying. I think 1 year was, I believe Supervisor McClure is correct, it was 6 cents. Last year, I believe, was 13 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the expenditure side, kind of have a few just big bullets. Again, employee compensation is being built in there, and as I stated before, Mary Ellen will come forth in a future presentation to discuss compensation strategy, how we're going to be addressing retention, recruitment, cost of living, those types of things. Every single year, our budget includes increases for retirement, workers' compensation. Those are really out of our hands, just putting them on there so you remember that we do that. Earlier this year, this board approved an item to take on or fund additional medical benefit increases to plans proportionate to the plan type. So making everything equal, that is also included into the way in which we've currently developed the budget. I also provided this board a supplementary documentation to this presentation that includes information provided from our departments that outline what their personnel and operational requests are. With me today, you can see in the audience, a lot of those departments are here to answer any questions you might have coming from those documents. I can high level tell you that there in those department requests, there were a total of 84 new positions requested for the general fund. In the law enforcement, public safety, so talking about, the sheriff's office, our county attorney's office, our public defense, our justice courts, adult probation, juvenile, all of those, more justice-related, public safety-related. There were 34 of those positions out of the 84 that are being requested as new positions. In our elected offices, there's 8. And then In departments appointed by the county manager, there are 37, and in the category of like health, so I'm talking more, I believe, public fiduciary and I believe the medical examiner, there's an additional 5 positions that were requested, and that all is in that documentation that I provided you last Friday. The one-time capital projects, I have a separate slide that goes through that. I'll touch on that briefly. And then just to note that, a theme that we saw this year is departments are asking a lot for increases for goods and services due to inflationary costs. So, like I said, that's kind of built in already. Any questions on the expenditure side before I move to the one-time? Perfect. So this is a list of, and we have these categorized facilities, technology, and fleet. I don't want to necessarily talk about any one of these projects, but I wanted to provide you a list that helps you understand on the next slide how the dollars for one-time revenues for strategic improvements came about. And it's really all of these type large CIP type projects. Probably on this screen, as you all aware of, the elections building is one of the largest projects that we'll need to complete the funding on in this next fiscal year. In the technology side of things, I believe the large dollar there is in the radio communication replacement, just very high level. In 2019, we bonded and put in radio towers for radio communications. We also purchased handheld and mobile communication devices that are needing to be upgraded because they're out of date. And so we're going to need to replace a large number of those, which is pretty costly. On the fleet side, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we have requests from departments for additional vehicles and replacement of vehicles, so which is, as you know, cost of vehicles is pretty significant. So we're getting here to the end, gentlemen. Thank you for being patient. Most notable on this slide, I wanted to point out is that the fund balance that is coming forward and I wish I had a pointer here, but we're anticipating about $81 million to roll forward in our general fund. Total revenues, we're anticipating or budgeting an increase of 6.1%, being still very conservative in the areas of county, state, BLT, sales tax, the primary property tax and tax lien sales in the column for the projection for the $3.56 is the $121.3 million. If we were to reduce that rate, you're going to see that really it's going to be around that $116 million. And then obviously the total percent difference for revenue would change. It's almost, it's 4% instead of 6%. In the expenditure side of things, in the requested budget, we're having the compensation market adjustment somewhere in the $7.5 million range. Department ongoing requests are $13.5 million. Those one-time expenditures that were on that previous slide are right about that $39.5 million range. If budgeted at that $3.56 primary property tax rate, the budget is going to be around a 13% reserve. However, the columns the columns that have projections show that we'll end much higher than that because I've adjusted personnel, non-personnel, those things for what we really anticipate to happen.
So in that in that scenario. You could go to TNT or even just slightly. You wouldn't want to go less necessarily, but you could, because you don't want to have the problem in the future of having to raise taxes again. But you could easily go to TNT and come up with your 15% reserve, and probably better than that because of the conservative nature of your forecast. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the concern there would be that, at the projected $3.56, we're at a structural balance or almost at a structural balance.
Yes.
We would be out of that structural balance if we budgeted at the $3.3966. We would no longer be in a structural balance, which, if...
It's a scary place to go, I get
Yeah,
that.
if our conservative worst-case scenario for revenues were to occur, we could be in a scary place, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get some hearing aids like Supervisor Miller. I thought you said AT&T.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay.
Ma Bell, yeah.
It's hard hearing aids.
Robert can hook you up, man.
He's got some.
I'm listening to rock and roll right now.
He's got some calm music on. That's
All right.
So really kind of looking for guidance. As we talked through, I did discuss the 356 is really more an inflation-adjusted a rate. You could do something, obviously. You can go all the way down to the TNT. Again, I would caution that because, this could be a worst-case scenario, but it could be even worse than that. But, it's really kind of your direction on where you'd like to go.
I'd like to see something in between, too.
Okay.
Between those two.
So in going back a few slides, for every 1 cent is 340,000.
Yeah.
So
I'd be more concerned about sales tax going down. I think there could be a real dip in that.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying.
are.
I'm okay with the number that you've put in there, but I would think that might be where you would see decrease in revenues, most likely, in the near future.
Do you have an idea of how many new builds that have been built? It takes, a couple years before they finally catch up on the books? Do we have an idea? Or are you taking that into consideration on this?
It takes 24 months.
yeah,
Right.
it takes 18 to 24 months.
So we have, from 24 months ago, we should have some of that hitting the books, right?
Correct, but the current tax roll,
Okay.
the current tax roll is already complete, and it shows us that at the rate that, with the net assessed valuation and the rate that we currently have at $3.56, we would likely have $121.3 million come in on the property tax side. However, you're right, in the future year, we're going to see new construction come on.
Yeah, which is quite
It's
a bit.
always a delayed reaction, though. That's just always travels that way.
Right, I get that.
But I, at this point in time, do not have a guess of what that net assessed valuation for new construction will be. The last couple of years, it's been right around that $100 million, but, I don't have that crystal ball.
2961 single-family permits last year.
So 2,000.
No, 2,000.
Oh, 2,961 new single-family housing
units.
permits.
2022.
In 2023.
Permits.
Permits. Single-family
That's
permits.
2 years down the road.
Yeah, 2 years down the road.
Okay.
So we don't necessarily,
What went on the books this year was 2 years ago,
correct.
Right.
And we're slowing down some,
and we're slowing down. So
because there are a lot of pools, right? No houses. So,
you got it.
so my personal feeling would be structural balance with at least a 15% reserve. And then if we can lower it a little bit, great, but stay structurally balanced, or, we don't want to go into deficit spending.
Oh, no. We totally agree.
And it's going to get worse this next year. I think. So be ready for the worst.
So I can make those calculations and come back at the TNT and update this slide and show you what that looks like. We can build it based upon that rate. And then if you want to further reduce it, we can do that before the final adoption if you'd like.
I'm sure we'll have talks between now and then.
So reduce to structural balance and 15%. And you're talking at the projected numbers or at the budget? Because the budget is currently at a 13% and pretty much structurally balanced. And that's at the $3.56.
At the current rate.
Correct.
I'd say work with your
Projected numbers?
projected. That's my thought.
Mr. Chairman, as we discuss this, can I just add some color to this as well? I guess just philosophically, and I think this is something we were talking about a lot and looking at, and maybe could have talked more about during the strategic planning session, but is good and pertinent now. As you mentioned before, Supervisor McClure, that if we just the increase in the existing valuations doesn't really keep up with the increase in inflation, which I think Angie was trying to point out relative to the Social Security COLAs and what you'll see later even with our wage inflation, which wages are the majority of our budget, but we see that as well in our contracts and materials, construction especially. So all of those years that she set up in the beginning, we had this intentional decrease and changes in the way we operated our organization. We combed through everything, got rid of bad contracts, did things differently. Like the example of the medical examiner we talked about today. We did all that intentionally because we were at a very uncompetitive position from a taxing perspective and for what we thought our residents could or should afford, being the second highest, of per income. So with all of that movement, we've gone so far now to the point that we're 11th out of the 15 counties as a percentage of income on our primary property tax. So I think what we're trying to also get to philosophically is the new construction is great, but theoretically that new construction pays also for the growth, right? For all these expanded services, additional positions that are needed, new buildings, and all of that. And so I think there's a little bit of a philosophical discussion about whether we want new people to subsidize existing, whether we want to kind of just stay in tune with inflation and new, or, we want existing to fund new people, which a lot of people have a problem with. And the reason I bring this up is because what we've done with a lot of this excess, we had a great year, is we're using it to fund these capital projects, like you just mentioned at the medical examiner's office, the public defender's office. And we know we're going to have a big one here on this campus. And we need a redo here, which is we don't have enough money to do right now without financing. But if we could, that would be the ultimate goal. That whole pay-as-you-go, people usually categorize it like that. Nobody can truly do pay-as-you-go because nobody's ever going to have that much cash to meet all those needs. But to the extent that we can, we typically like to, but there's another debate there too, right? Whether you want existing people to fund the future or whether you want future people to fund the future. Because if you're going to finance something, then some people that are here are already paying for it, and then the people that are going to come are also going to pay for it. So that's kind of a philosophical decision. To a certain extent, you only want to take on a certain amount of debt, and we really don't like too much debt. But at the same time, do you want all the existing people who came before to pay for the new people's stuff? Or do you want people to pay for it as they come, and so some of the future people are paying as well? So those are philosophical kind of questions, I think, that we're really trying to get to as we hone down. Because with Prop 117, if existing properties are capped at 5%, we don't really plan on seeing anything. 4.8 is pretty high. We're at 3.3 before. We don't really plan on seeing up over 5%. And now inflation at 5% is high, and we don't expect to see that as well. But if we were to average out over the last 10, 15 years, what was our property and existing valuations going up and what was inflation, we'll probably match pretty close. And that's what the whole intent of that proposition was so that the finances of a municipality would be stable without a fluctuating rate. And so with all of those things happening, and now we're at this point, I think that's what we're really trying to figure out. What is the philosophy of this board for where we're at now in as an organization, as a community, as a tax competitive status? Do we want to keep making those efforts? Do we think we need to go further in being more tax competitive? I know we do like to reduce the rates when we can, but is that kind of an intentional thing, or are we more, we've optimized and now we're just keeping up with growth, and so we're pretty stable? And so I think that's the balance that we're trying to get to at this point, and try to get feedback on what philosophy do you think we're at now.
I personally like the idea of being able to pay for these projects without financing them. I think if we've got the ability to do that, I think that's more the prudent. When we talk about fiscal responsibility, for me personally, that's where I'm comfortable at. So I'm glad you put it in that perspective, because that gives us a whole different outlook of how we need to go. I think personally, thank you.
I agree with that. So what's that going to do now? What did that just change?
What did that change? I mean, to me, I don't have the skin in the game. This is.
You do. You live here in the county.
We know where you live.
You're an employee too. So.
Yes, yeah. I mean, ultimately, Leo's right. That's what I was trying to get at. I was trying to get at, what is your philosophy? Do we want to continue to decrease the rate, especially knowing that inflation in the current year is close to what the existing valuations increased. And to be quite honest with you, because it's that way, our purchasing power decreases. And we made that comment earlier. And not only is it decreased today, but in the future, it's also decreased. So we do have other capital needs that are in the next probably year to a couple of years. By reducing the rate lower than the 356, we could potentially not be able to fund those with the revenues that we're receiving.
So, if I may, Leo's triggered some of our discussions from years ago, because really where the challenge comes is we're going to provide services for these people that have moved into houses that we don't have on the tax rolls for 24 months, for 2 years. So the delta is the 2 years that we're going to provide services for them, yet we're not collecting the revenue for that yet. So, I mean, yeah, how do you balance that? Who's going to cover that 2 years? Because they're going to have demands and they're going to have needs, and we're going to have to provide them. And that's always been my thing: is how do you cover that delta?
And if I might, Supervisor Mel, not only that, but inflation is costing.
Yeah, and then add the inflation to it. Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And it only works to lower the rates, really, if we're growing all the time.
Yeah,
that's the only way we can continue. But if we slow and inflation increases, then we're stuck.
Well, and it's going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be. And it's certainly not. I don't know. I don't want to say it won't ever happen, because it could go hockey stick again, but then that'll just look like a crash on the other end.
But Prop 117, just the new construction, obviously, we're going to see the growth from that. But the existing, we're not going to see anything higher than 5%.
Because of that 5%, because of 117, I understand that.
Yeah.
And so you can't use that to catch up.
Correct.
The existing.
That's
it's hard to use the existing to catch up.
Exactly.
Oh, so now you want a direction.
Did you get any direction out of this?
Not really, but.
So I think as a board, in year over year, we've sought to reduce the rate.
We have.
I think it's prudent now that we don't do that. That's what I'm.
That's what it's
And
sounding like.
that might be the conclusion we end up with.
We
this
might
year.
have to just
Right.
stop, take a breather.
And take a breather for a year and see what happens.
And I think a lot of that has to do with because of the projects that we need to fund. And if we take on the philosophy or the prudent thing to do is to not have to finance some of these projects, but actually use the revenues that we currently have or that are coming in to pay for these projects. I think that's the wise thing to do.
No, and as you say, we're playing catch up with capital improvement
Oh,
projects.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we need to be caught up and ahead.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's our goal.
And I think to what Supervisor Kavanaugh was suggesting, even making the comment, was keeping it where it needs to be, at 3.56 where we are right now.
Right.
So that we accomplish that very thing.
You can put together a couple of slides with.
Okay,
with
I
adjustments on
changed
it,
the direction of my arrow. I'd stay where you are.
You want to,
You don't want to see anything else?
You don't want to see any decreases. And the conversation a little bit spurred a thought of mine. In addition to the things that you've talked about, we also know that our economy is kind of a little bit in
Screwy.
Yeah.
well,
Mushy.
exactly. By leaving the rate the same, we also buy us some time to figure out what our economy is going to be doing as well. I think you're, in my honest opinion, I think you're doing the prudent thing by leaving the rate the same. However, as you know, it's really your direction.
Okay.
Mike's in charge. He said leave it alone.
I just had a brand new baby granddaughter, so I'm good. I just got a message that she had her baby, so I'm good.
Congrats.
Somebody got a cigar? I've never smoked one. But
More state matching.
that's
funds.
right.
That'd be worth watching.
So it's my direction to build the tentative budget at the same rate with the understanding that, again, there will be a T&T hearing posted in the paper stating that taxes are going to be raised.
That's the consensus.
At this point in time.
But we're not raising taxes.
Yeah.
We're not raising taxes.
That's how you write it. We're not raising.
Statutorily, I'm required to
we get it.
put the paper in the verbiage in the statute, and I have to use that language. So that verbiage that says that we are increasing taxes is going to be there. So just want you aware, that's what's going to happen.
And then we'll have Mr. Volkmer write a definition of what that really means in the whole next article, and it'll be fine.
That would be fabulous. That would be fabulous. So this concludes the presentation today. I did want to put up the timeline here just to give a reminder to you that we'll be back on the 7th with our tentative budget, and then again July 5th final budget with a T&T hearing.
So you're through with your 10-minute presentation?
Yeah, I promised you there was not going to be 10 minutes, and I knew that there would be some back and forth. So I appreciate you giving me the time today.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Angie.
Can I have a motion to convene to executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're in executive session. Executive session.
I move we come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Then we are adjourned.
Excellent.